Yo, what up, YouTube? All right, today's gonna be a little rough because we got to do some VFX and we got to figure out how to do all the VFX. That's the other one we got to do. Music on. There we go. Beautiful. Set that up. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome to today. That is Saturday. That's what today is. Saturday. Let me set this up. Bada bing, bada boom. Sammy, congratulations on first. There we go. Good to see you. Good to have you. Something feels off. I don't know what feels off, but something does. Oh, I know what it is. I'm in the wrong chair. Holy moly, that's what it is. It's crazy how off I feel when I'm in the wrong chair. What up, Miku? How you doing? I had smoked for 2.5 hours. Nice. Also, it's been 17 days. That is amazing. That is honestly really awesome. That is awesome. Congratulations. Let's do exclamation mark wish list. There we go. Pin that bad boy. Boom, boom. There we go. All right, let me flip my chair and then we're gonna get into some VFX. That's the play for today. Oh, man. Because we desperately need some new VFX. It's like the remaining bits of juice to the game that will make it come that much more alive. And then from there we can start shooting more footage and that kind of stuff for the game. All right, so what we need is to move this over. There we go. Stay. Okay, weird. My mic just feels off. All right, good enough. So where we left off was with these GPU particles. They kind of look like bubbles. Not great. Not great. What exactly do we do about that? That's the real question. What do we do about that? If I copy the shader material and I switch the draw path to a capsule maybe, and then the capsule, we bring the height up to 12, paste that material in. I don't think that's gonna get the effect we're kind of looking for though. Maybe go to 1 on the thickness. Let's see what that looks like. How we're cooking there. All right, boom, and the bot's on kick. There we go. And mute that. There we go. Post, private. Man, oh man. And then what we gotta do is we're gonna need to also hook up the actual lobby customizations. I really want to hook it up into the lobby, but I almost feel like I can't until the lobby's more done. Like, I mean, maybe I can. Maybe, and then I just throw stuff up on the screen here. And then I make this like an interactable thing. Maybe I can get away with that. What else needs to be done with the lobby? It's mostly just I don't know what else Ika's planning on adding or removing or anything like that. So I gotta talk to Ika about that off stream to plan that out. Because like the biggest concern is if I start doing stuff in the lobby, when he goes to make the pushes, howdy Sammy, then there'll be merge conflicts. So it's more so just planning that out and figuring out, okay, how is this gonna interact? What's gonna work here? How is it gonna go? And all that. And then I know he's redoing the UI as well. So for the UI, that one is going to take a lot of work figuring that out. But yeah. And then once we figure out some kind of like posters to put up, like propaganda posters to put up, then we'll be ready to start like showing off the lobby, which I'm excited for. I think that's gonna be awesome. Ooh, 7 stream streak. That's like a whole week's worth of ham. Something like that. Can you put pictures of my cat instead? No, that wouldn't really fit the theme. Wouldn't really fit the theme of the game. I'm all for putting Easter eggs in, but not for like right in the like a giant poster. I think that would be way too much, and it would give it a cheaper feeling to the game, which we're not going for. If that makes sense. But doing something like having a this is also, I don't know what that is yet. Doing something like an Easter egg in here where you see like a floating cat, like your cat just floating around, that would make sense. That would be a funny little thing for sure. But not as like a main piece to the game. Definitely not as a main piece. Is the game on the internet? Yes. Pictures of cats apply. I don't know. I'm not a cat person personally. Not really. And when I do get that feeling like this is gonna anger a lot of people. The internet's obsession with cats is a little cringe in my mind. A little cringe. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not much of a cat person. It does look better. You're cringe. I mean, I can't deny that, but you know. Okay, actually that looked a lot better with a cylinder. Way better with a cylinder. Where is the flag though? That's the question. Oh, it got knocked down here. Yikes. Dangerous. Okay. Oh, and then we gotta do a, we gotta make sure the game actually works on Steam as well. Because last time we tried it, it was kind of, what's the word? Did it work? No, it didn't work last time. It didn't work. So we gotta fix that. Want to test with me on Steam? I could, but it's gonna break the stream right now. Because I'd have to send you the packaged version. I don't want you to use the GitHub version. Because that's really where the real testing comes from. Is the complete exported version. And making sure that one actually runs well. Because that's the one we actually send in. Why can't I compile it myself? Because it's not like what I was saying, where the exported version is different than a compiled version. I mean, you could try to you could export it yourself. You could, but also I have to be very careful about who's actually touching the project, because it is now a commercial project with contracts going out and contracts out. So I do have to be a little careful about that, I think. All right, I need to change first I need to change the align Y on those real quick. But yeah, I would be could test it. Probably not right now though. Probably not right now. Yeah. I'm not doing anything to the game, just launching it basically. Yeah, that's why I think it's okay. It would be okay. I think so. I don't see why not. Could. I'm trying to think if that's what I want to do right now. I mean, yeah, we could do that right now if you wouldn't mind. Might take a couple seconds, but let me see. Yeah, Yeah, that could work. If you just export it. I mean, you probably, just for the Steam test, just to make sure it works on Steam, I think it might be fine if you do just run it in an engine. That might be okay. Yeah, just to make sure it works. And then if we know it works, then we'll be chilling. Yeah. All right, let me do the particle process, align Y. Uh-oh. Oh, interesting. Don't align Y. Huh. Interesting how it does that. I need to use the local chords as well. It is in the... I snuck away to the bathroom. Did you need something from me? Oh, yes. If you do want to test it on Steam right now, or you're available to, we could do that and make sure it works. I was just thinking out loud if what we want is to do the exported version or not. Howdy, Van. But I think if you just open it up in the editor, I think that would be fine. I think so. I think it would be fine. Yeah. Because I just want to make sure that it works. I think that's step one. Kavino had some exciting news to tell you. After Hypnotic introduced me to Godot plugin, he brought to my attention about Sky 3D for a day and night cycle. Going crazy with the plugins. I've even installed a quest log, an inventory, dialogue system plugin, even Camera 3D plugin called Phantom Camera. Oh, I've heard of that one. I just found so many great Godot engine. So many that are great Godot engine. Just keep getting easier and easier. Yeah, absolutely. I will say though, if your goal is to learn how to do this stuff, and not necessarily just the act of getting something done, I would be careful with plugins, because too many plugins can lead to like very confusing code that doesn't make sense. But if your goal is just to get something done, then yeah, that's definitely okay. Definitely. Yeah, absolutely. Because there are some really awesome plugins out there that are also well documented as well, which is huge. Let's see. But yeah, I found I'm not a plugin fan. Me personally. I know it makes things easier, but I'm trying to like learn how to do all this stuff. So it's like, do I want to take the time to learn the code of a plugin, or do I want to take the time to figure out how to actually make it and then make it work for exactly what I need, you know? That's kind of my thought process on it, at least. But now things like Godot Steam, like that plugin, I could not I'll just leave that to Godot Steam. Console plugin, that one's just quick and easy. I don't even need to worry about that one. That's all I use for plugins, just two. I tried using Dialogic some time ago for dialogue, and it is really good. It's just, I was noticing that I had to like learn how to use it as compared to just making it on my own, you know? Let's see. Where is the... I thought local chords was up here. Did I pass it? Lifetime 1.2. FPS. Drawing. Local chords. Yeah. Oh, I see what's going on. When I use local chords, it's making them bigger. It's scaling them up. Might be a slight bit of a problem. A slight bit, yeah. All right, so what I'll have to do here then is switch this to 0.5. Like so. So it's at least as skinny. I could probably go a little bit thicker. I have it launched when you're ready. Okay. This should be fine. So what we're gonna do is open Steam. I'm gonna have you host a lobby. Host a public. Yeah, host a public lobby. And then I'll go from there. Steam. All right. Hosting public. Join. Interesting. That's not populating. Is it running? Oh, wait a sec. It's not even running. That's a problem. Why is that not running? Main menu. We're on Steam. Join. Steam backend. It's not fetching the lobby list from Steam. Let me restart the game. Steam. Join. There we go. Sam's lobby. Okay. Connected. This is the correct one. Ah, crap. Okay. Clicking satisfactory in case that was in the way. Oh, maybe it was. Interesting. So now, weird. Can you, you're in the engine, right? If you are, can you check the remote? Oh my God, I can't even get my cursor. Can you check the remote for me and see if it has me connected? And then after that, because I can't unlock my cursor for some reason. Yeah. So under remote, go to the lobby manager and the player manager. See if I'm connected there. If there's a peer, it should be. Ooh, it actually, I might not be connected there. We're gonna, I take it back. Let's reverse it. So, yeah, I can't even press anything. Wow. Let me close out. Send screenshot on Discord. Appreciate it. I'm gonna try to host it, and I'm gonna have you join. Okay, 159 on both the player. Interesting. I'm gonna try to host and then have you join. It looks like what's going on is when a client goes to join, they're joining as a host, which doesn't seem right. Okay, I'm in. Going around. Let's go to the remote. Lobby player. Move this over. And then, not seeing anything yet. Boing. Boing. Boom. Try connecting, but it's a gray screen. Interesting. It's a gray screen. Huh. Try closing the game and restarting it, because that's what I did and it somehow worked. I have a feeling it's something about the order in which I'm having a client join. That's the problem. Okay, there you are. You're connected, but we have a Yeah, it worked that time. And I assume you're looking at me just moving around from like my point of view. Let's see. Yep. All right, let me check game. Player avatars. Ah, it's just me. Interesting, just me. Can I please, taskbar, please go down? All right, debug. No, it doesn't say anything. Do you happen to have any errors? I don't remember having any. And then while you're connected, I'm gonna start game, see what happens. No, nothing happened. So you're probably still viewing from my point of view here. I don't see a person over there either. Okay, so it's the timing. Yeah. Yep, there are errors. Oh. All right, let me close that. Sent on Discord. Let's see here. On lobby joined, connection status, connection disconnected is true. Or not disconnected is true. Already in use. Interesting. Lobby browser on lobby joined. Connection status not connection disconnected. Then requested avatar spawn, trying to call an RPC that is not connected yet, and then the peer connects. So on lobby joined is the first one. Let's go to lobby browser. On lobby joined is the first thing. Can I just want to make sure there's no... Yeah, there's nothing in here. Boom, boom. Okay. On lobby joined is the first issue. On lobby joined here. Takes the lobby ID. And we have a on lobby joined. And that worked. I don't think the peer was created. Am I supposed to make a peer here? And it switches the map. When we switch the map, peer is not connected. Connection to connected. Wonder where everyone is? Oh, I have no idea. That's a good question. Good question. No clue. Is today a holiday? No, today's just a Saturday. That is a little strange. Bongo, congratulations on second. Maybe I've fallen off, Sammy. Maybe that's what happened. I fell off. Kavino, it's Saturday. It is indeed Bongo, not Monday. That's a good point. Maybe I scared everyone. Maybe that's what it is the message I sent out saying Happy Monday fooled everyone and they all went, oh crap. And then they went to go like log on to work and stuff. Maybe that's what's happening. Maybe. We shall see. All right, let's see. Connection connected is true. Trying error connection. Monday will be happy because package arrived. Oh, what'd you order? I got a new laptop. Ooh, that's super awesome. What kind of laptop? Not new, but new to me. I see. Multiplayer peer, connect to lobby. On lobby join, connection status is not connection disconnected. Already in use. Error already in use. A latitude. It's old. Ah. If Steam get lobby owner ID is equal to Steam ID, then that's just for a host check. On lobby joined, we're connecting to lobby. Wait a sec. Lobby joined connect. But it's just for browsing and stuff when on the go. It's only $50 on eBay. Ah, I see. That makes sense. If it was just for browsing, why a laptop as compared to like a tablet? Join code error. Request lobby list. Comparison equal. On lobby joined. Steam init peer. I feel like I'm doing something like I need to make the peer beforehand. But looking at cooties, I don't think we do. I don't think we actually make the peer beforehand. I think just calling Steam init initializes and does that for us. Let's see. Add to group lobby. If multiplayer peer is peer, or is Steam init peer. So before we even do that, let's go to main menu, join lobby, and we call Steam join lobby. On lobby joined, multiplayer peer equals Steam init peer. Connect to lobby. That's this. That's just a check for the join code. Bigger screen, mouse, keyboard, runs a desktop OS rather than Android. Ah, I see, I see. That makes sense. Steam lobby ID equals lobby ID. When you join the lobby, Lurk gonna run to Subway, be back. Sounds good, enjoy your run. On join, join lobby. Join lobby. Lobby manager join host. Lobby manager join host is calling Steam join lobby. I'm also not getting a sandwich. Oh god. Bongo's probably getting one of those Subway pizzas. Probably. Getting a fountain drink. Why not just water, Bongo? Drink some water. Wake up to a nice cold Coca-Cola. Yikes. Backend Steam. Backend Steam. On join host. Backend Steam with the lobby ID. Okay. And then we join. Howdy, Bongo. I thought you were going to Subway. Get out of here. This is weird. On lobby joined. And then we do the peer stuff. Join host. Ah. Wait a sec. I see what's going on. So I'm doing... BRB sounds good. So what I'm doing is I call the join. On joined is going off. But I'm jumping to the lobby scene before I should. You're since last week? That's awesome. That you quit? He is. Slowly taking it little by little. Ugh. So then we do on joined, connect. I think this was the issue, is I was switching map too early. And in the lobby manager, join host. If it's eNet, then we want to change map instead of changing there. Here. Just added. And I think that might work. Steam join lobby. Oh, wait. And then this gets called. Are you winning? Not quite yet, Quellis. Not quite yet. We do have a Steam page, though. If I haven't told you already. I've forgotten who I've told now. But I'm telling everyone. If connected is 1. On Steam lobby joined. Oh, interesting. We're doing it twice. I see. Oh, okay. So let's get rid of this. And then get rid of this. There we go. Well, it's been a whole day since you've been around. Yeah, listen, a day is a long time. A very, very long time. All right, Sammy, I think I fixed it. Potential multiplayer fix. I think I fixed it. So if you could pull those changes I just made, I think it will work. Because I was double joining and calling them at the wrong times and switching the map before we fully connected. And I think that was the issue. I think. I'm gonna see if the eNet works first though. Okay. Because I did change eNet quite a bit. Okay, good. Yep. Sick. Okay, that works. Yep. Awesome. Awesome. There we go. There we go. Quellis, have you told all your friends, your family, your goldfish, your dog, your cat all about wishlisting Astro Yoinkers? Walking up to people on the streets going, hey, you trying to yoink? And they go, oh boy, am I. Yep. Astro Yoinkers. There we go. There we go. Whew. Beautiful. Beautiful. All right. I think that's what I need to do is this. Yeah. And then I'm just gonna say, removed this because it's already called on lobby manager. I'm on top of it. Only heard about the Steam page 45 seconds ago. Already told one person, me. I'm the one person. Oh shoot, let's go. Let's go. Yeah, so I can't put all the changes. Sent deets on disk. Gotcha. Oh, you got the Godot template thing. Yeah, that thing. Yeah. I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. What up, Nourish? How you doing? Oh, man. My back. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Tired? Me as well. I can't remove it. Yeah. It's one of those weird things. I might, feeling a bit overworked, to be honest, than where two. Yeah. No, I feel that. I feel that. I don't know if I don't want to use the word overworked. Do you want me to ignore it and add it to the git ignore? I don't think so. Because it's one of those things that, like, I don't know what it does exactly. I just know it changes all the time. And it's so annoying. I could try exporting the project. My mom was not up for the idea, by the way. Deliberately making it sound worse than what it is. Yikes. Yikes. Okay, we're gonna have to find a new old lady, unfortunately. Unfortunately. I mean, it is pretty bad. It is. So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm going to export this project. It's gonna lag the stream for a moment. And we'll see what happens. Yeah. Yeah. That's what we'll do. I think this is it. What do we need an old lady for? Don't worry about it. We just know that we need one. It's for shooting some content. Shooting some content. This is cooties. There we go. Project export. Export. Save. Old lady content. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. But yeah, no, I wouldn't say I feel overworked. I more so feel like I'm spreading myself too thin. Which is not good. Not good. And the other problem is that I'm like, all the things that I'm doing right now are pretty high priority. So it's like a weird learning curve of figuring out, okay, you have like 3 major high priority tasks. How do you decipher, all of which are like building off of each other as well? So like this is the #1 priority for sure, obviously. That would be the game. But everything else, like these 2, actually there's another one. These 3 are all built in to power this one up. And it's like, how do you do that? If you're still working as hard as you used to, I'd be surprised if you didn't feel overworked. I am. Actually, Quellis, I would even argue I'm working even harder now. Before, I was at least playing a little bit of video games here and there. I have not. Haven't touched it. What up, Misty? How you doing? Yeah, it's, yeah. Crazy, lad. Listen, you gotta do what you gotta do. But yeah, trying to figure out, maybe I just have to just straight up eliminate one of these high priority tasks and be like, I can't. Maybe that's the play. The problem is they all bounce into each other. So it's like, I don't know. It's a weird situation I've never been in. Very weird. All right, let me see if that exported. It did. So now what I need to do, and this is where the computer's gonna lag, stream might drop for a second. Potentially. Potentially. It's always when I compress and I send a zip that the stream just explodes. Yeah, what up, Guy Very? How you doing? Boom. Guy Very, have you wishlisted Astro Yoinkers, now available for wishlist on Steam? Boom. Let me control copy. There we go. All right, let's see. This one, and then I need to go here, here, and then we go. I guess here it is. All right, now here comes the big lag. The big lag. Oh wow, the game's only 195 megabytes. That's kind of crazy. That's not bad. Not bad at all. There we go. Not yet. You should. Highly recommend it. And tell all your friends too. Be like, hey, you want to yoink? And they'll be like, yeah. Ooh, only lagged for a sec. Let's go. Wasn't that bad. Yeah, wasn't that bad. Usually the stream will fully crash when I do that. All right. So now we close this, switch to Steam, and then we see if Sammy is still able to do that. Boom, bang, bop. Woo, Kavino, don't worry, my hero. Sammy is now live on Space War. So what I'm gonna do is, Sammy, I'm gonna have you host. If you're live on Space War, then I assume you're already hosting, actually. Probably read my mind. Menu. Join. There it is. Please? Please? Pretty please? Hang on. Request avatar spawn. Appear not connected, but I did get rid of the other things. Oh, I can't even. Oh, okay. I see Sam. That's weird. Howdy, Nora. How you doing? Weird. I'm watching Sam play. I don't like that. Oh, and I can't click out. Let's close it. Disconnect. And that's the only error I got. Was trying to call an RPC, which the peer is not connected yet. So if I try it again, let's see if I can pull another. That's so weird though, is I was able to join, attempting to join lobby, connect. It set my peer ID as 1. That's the problem. No sound effects yet? No, not really. We have a couple, but not really. Because I'm more concerned about functionality right now. 1 connected to server. Why does it say that I am peer ID 1? That doesn't make any sense. I can't move my stupid mouse because you're the host. Wait, you're the host, Sammy. No, you're not. Right. I'm not the host. That's why I'm like, wait, why is it telling me that I am the host? Maybe it's making the peer. I don't know what it's doing. It's like making the peer join host, Steam ID, Steam, join lobby. Is this technically friend slap where you yoink each other? I think it does technically fall into the realm of friend swap. I think so. But not, because it's not slop. It's not friend slop. It's more, it's a new genre. What does Steam Join Lobby do? So Steam Join Lobby is a built-in Steam thing where basically you give it an ID, it sends out to Steam, and then actually joins the lobby. Yeah. So it just joins an existing lobby with your Steam account. So you never make a multiplayer peer. So this is where we do. So Steam Join Lobby, and then on Steam Lobby Joined, so when we do get that connection, that's when we make the peer right here. Steam Init peer, and we also connect to lobby. But the weird part is we are not doing multiplayer peer equals Steam Init peer until after we connected to the lobby. Which is weird, but that's also how it's being done in Cooties. And that's where I'm getting really confused. Because I'm looking at how Bear Like Lion does it, and on lobby joined, which is my on Steam lobby joined, we say the Steam lobby ID equals that lobby ID argument. We tell the Steam Init peer to connect, and then we say multiplayer peer equals Steam Init peer. There's nowhere that we're doing like Steam Init peer new or anything like that, because Steam Init is initializing it. So I would assume what that means is that it's making the peer. Is it hard to connect Steam servers into your game or our game? No, but yes, but no. It's kind of a weird, it's a weird thing. If you don't know what you're doing, yeah, it's difficult. But yeah, and then what it's doing, the biggest error we're getting is it is telling the client that they are peer ID 1, which doesn't make sense. I wonder if there's something to do with timing. What is this? That's for eNet. Backend Steam. That's for host. The host creates the lobby, which we already have. That works. We have join lobbies. So when you go to join lobby, press join. On lobby joined, make sure that's actually connected to the right thing. Steam.lobbyjoined goes to on lobby joined. On lobby joined. We have the lobby ID. We tell the peer to connect. That's it. On lobby joined. This is just an error thing that we're doing. Tell the peer to connect. What does Steam Init peer do? Peer? Oh, okay, it just calls for a new one when we call peer. Steam Init as the dictionary. And this is app ID 480. Because Steam Init X initializes the Steamworks SDK on success. Steam API init result OK is returned. Otherwise, an error message is non-null, non-localized message. You can pass an app ID for Godot Steam to use for your game, which will default to 480 if nothing is passed. Okay. Finally, can pass true for embed callbacks. Not what we need. Trying to call an avatar that doesn't exist, but it's saying when we join the lobby successfully, but then it's calling us 1, saying our peer ID is 1, which doesn't make sense. Go to the lobby manager. Every peer is connecting to you. So in this example, what we just did is I was connecting to Sammy. Sammy was on Sammy's side. She was seeing, she is 1 that's connected, and then I was the other peer ID of like that random number. But on my side, here on the client side, it's saying that I'm 1, which is weird. 1 connected to server. That's Sammy. Right. 1 should be Sammy. My print statement on the client side is saying that I am 1. Connecting to 1. That's what I want to double check, is this right here. On peer connected. No, so this is saying that this fires. That's not saying you're 1. Is it not? This is on peer connected that's getting called. It's just current day of the week with just hosting. If you join a server, you get connected to peer 1. Right, but the on peer connected signal gives off a peer ID, which should be our peer ID, right? Like the local, whoever's local peer ID it is. Peer ID connects to the new peer ID is the peer ID of the new peer. Clearly not in Wumbo mode. So if you connect to a server peer ID, 1 connects to you, and your blank connects to the server. Ah. So do I need like a server connected? In Unreal, every player has a unique 32-bit ordinal and a global identifier, their Steam ID. Yeah. So maybe what I need is a like multiplayer dot server connected to server. What does this say? Emitted when the peer successfully connects to a server. And so maybe this is where I do it. But that's only the peer. And we don't want the peer to create itself. Spend any money on this game besides the Steam page? Not really yet. About to, but no, not really. So then what is Cooties doing? Because that's the weird part, is Cooties doesn't even have a server created. So what end is this for? This is for the client to connect to the host. Because currently what's happening is when the client connects to the host, it's viewing as the host. So what we had is Sammy was running around and I was just watching her run around. I couldn't do anything. I was just watching because it thought I was peer ID 1, which was the issue. Your guy doesn't spawn, right? Right. It just connects straight to the host's player, and it's like I'm spectating. So you just get the newest camera. I mean, like it. Do you have a code to spectate people? No. That's the weird part. I don't. It's just picking the newest. Yeah, it's just picking the. I don't even think it's picking the newest. It's picking the weird part is I'm almost positive that what's happening is it's assuming we're also pure ID 1. So I'm kind of thinking you're pure 1. You don't think so? Sammy, are you able to try it out again and host? I don't know if Sammy's still here to host. Because I'll show you what it does. It's very, very... No changes needed? No changes needed. I just want to show Ironic the actual problem. If you want to host that. Okay. Steam, join. So we find a lobby. Lobby found is 1. We join it. Attempting to join. 1 connects. And now, as you can see, we're just watching Sammy here. Now, the really annoying part is I can't unlock my mouse from this. I can't do anything. I have to force close the game in order to stop this. Because Sammy's player has a camera on it. Right. And then you can see that my player didn't spawn. But on Sammy's side, Sammy sees that I'm connected in the lobby manager and on the player manager with my pure IDs. And then I can't unlock my mouse from this. Sounds like you're experiencing peer pressure, something like that. The error message that I'm getting here, I know for sure, is one of them, Windows button tab. Oh, that's a good idea. I don't know why I didn't think of that. Okay, remote. I don't know why I didn't Windows tab there. Okay. In the remote, it is showing that I'm connected. Player avatars and only Sammy appeared. Oh. So I am connected then. It just didn't spawn my avatar because it's trying to call an RPC via multiplayer peer, which is not connected. So somehow I am not connected here? But it says I'm connecting. It never switches to connected. He's fingering it out. What? What? Connection state 1. Wait. What is this connection state? Oh, this one's also connecting, so maybe I didn't set that up. One. Authority 1. Authority 1. But it does have the proper peer ID. Figuring. Ha ha ha. So I'm glad I'm nowhere close to beginning to try and build netcode yet. Yeah, it's fun. Multiplayer is fun. Okay, so we do have the proper peer IDs. Ah, and it's saying player name is Sam on player 2. Didn't get my avatar reference. Yeah, it's saying player 2 is Sam. Huh. Okay, let me close this. So in the lobby manager, we do 1 connected to server. This is the correct one. Then on the lobby scene itself, when they load in, they request to spawn, but it couldn't request because it wasn't made yet. Which means on member validated, add new player data, which says sets up the player data. I think we're transitioning to the lobby scene too quickly. And so that's not fully connected by the time we switch maps. So then it's calling that RPC to spawn in, but it hasn't fully connected yet. And that's why it's not working. Maybe that's the case. Because it clearly didn't get our data yet. If it's still, or not fully got our data, because it said that my pure ID was Sam, or my player name was Sam, and not Kavino. So then in the player manager, this is how the non-hosts populate the player array. Which then means in our lobby browser, I removed this because that was too soon. Join host here is doing the map switch, isn't it? No, Steam join lobby. On lobby joined. Here it is. On Steam lobby joined, and then we change the map. So yeah, it's not connecting yet. Connect to lobby. It calls to create the client. It's a timing issue. This doesn't go here. This needs to go somewhere else. Does this emit with something? Finally connects the rest of the members of the lobby, calling add peer for each. Returns OK on success if connection status is not connected. So where do we actually want to change the map then? I think that seems to be the issue. Join lobby. And we're doing it here on join lobby. Oh, but it's awaiting the sync. That's what we're not doing, is we're not awaiting properly. So what I need to do is I need to await something here. Await the sync here, but what am I waiting to sync? Local player? But how do I send the signal there? Because I don't want to just do a signal. Signals aren't great to use in multiplayer because they can get confused. So how is he doing the await here? Players synced, global players synced, which is just a signal. Where does this get emitted though? And maybe that's okay to do it. Players synced emit if server. So this is the server saying, oh no, it's here. Sync players to peer. Sets it. And then says, hey, I've synced it. Okay, so I should do a signal then. And what up, Tricky? And I say, get player. What am I sending over? I want to send over here. When the local player equals node. And then say local player synced dot emit. Copy that. Go here. Signal local player synced. And then I do in our lobby browser, lobby manager, join host, Steam join lobby, on lobby joined here, and I say await player manager dot local player synced, and then it switches the map because we're connected. Yeah. So Sammy, I'm gonna have you, it should still work this way. Potentially. I'm gonna have you host. I'm gonna have you host because this shouldn't interact with the host anyways, or it shouldn't do anything. We'll see if it works. And then that saves me from having to rezip and send. Yeah. Okay. Steam, join, Sam's lobby, connected. Okay, okay, we're in. Although my name is Sam2. Okay. So it is something about that, although I don't know why it thinks my name is Sam. My name's not Sam. They got Frutella in America. I've never heard of Frutella. What up, Flashco? What's up, Sam? Sam I am. Third. Congratulations on third, Tricky. Bad Cop, welcome in. Bad Cop, have you wishlisted Astro Yoinkers? Now available for wishlist on Steam. Crap, I'm third. Yeah, that's crazy. An hour into stream. Let's see. Okay, so for some reason it says I'm Sam2. All right, Sammy, I'm gonna have you press start game now. And let's see what happens. You gotta press Alt first. And let's hope. Okay. Astro Yoinkers, yoinking a spot on your wish list. Got that right. Okay. Okay. Seems to be working. A little laggy. Seems to be... Oh, Sammy died. It seems to be working though. So it's just a naming issue now. A problem with the naming. Oh, it didn't work. What? Lame. Hang on, let's see if that works. Where's Sammy? Trying to get her while in locomotion here. And holy crap, this is... Oh, it's not getting used. Because I definitely hit it on cue. I'm using it. It's not working. Oh, there it goes. Just so you know, that was the first time I ever scored in this game, and I didn't even see the score go off. That's the crazy part. I didn't see you holding a crystal. I didn't see the little score thing go off. Crazy. Oh, wait. Are you holding a crystal? No, you're not. Weird. I was. I scored it. Oh. I see. If I do... No, it doesn't work. Huh. Wow, another kickbot. Get it out of here. Boom. Okay, well, I just got to figure out the naming issue next. That's what I got to do. Figure out the naming issue. Why am I Sam2 and not Kavino? That is the question. Yeah. And I can't even... It's not telling me any of the data over here. What's going on? Like the inspector isn't updating. Huh, nah, don't fix it. That's crazy. Just be just Sam2 from now on. No thanks. Give me a hammer. I want to play Whack-A-Bot, the latest chat game from FFS. You want to play Whack-A-Bot, Flashco? I could give you mod on there. Where's the text at? So I'm gonna end the game. Close that real quick. Ryzen Recon, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the team. You now have access to our beautiful and immaculate team emotes. You can just welcome people to the team. Let me figure out where this text is getting set. I think it's on the player manager. And we are doing data dictionary. Add new player data, which gets called here. I promise to abuse my powers to the letters of the law. Dear God. Wait, this doesn't look right. Remote sender. Get player. Where the heck is... Is it from the lobby manager? That wouldn't make sense though. It's the lobby ID. Local host. No, it should be in player manager. Peer ID, team, name. Oh, here it is. Right here. So... yeah. On member validated. So when the member gets validated, we take in their peer ID. We set that. Delete this. And then we take their name as the string peer ID if the lobby manager .backend is enet. Otherwise, we do steam.getPersona name. Now, this is getting called on the host, which is the problem. Yeah, that's some data dictionary, but where are you setting the text mesh? Oh, setting the text mesh would be on... I think it's actually on the player off rip. Player... yeah, player label mesh dot text equals name. That doesn't make sense. Oh, because I attempted to name the node. So I could just call player manager get player name and then just set it that way. But that doesn't fix the node name. Because I want the node name to also be the proper name, which means on the avatar spawner in here, player.name is data player name. You probably don't want that. Oh, you don't think I want to set the node's name? Just leave it as whatever it is. I mean, I could do that. And I just call player manager dot get player assigned peer dot player name. And that would work. Dang you, give me the hammer. Oh, wait. Boom. And slash. There we go. There you go, Flashco. Cam is the best cameraman. Something like that. There we go. Back bots. Something like that. There we go. There we go. All right, so I think that might work then. Sammy, can you host one more time to see if this actually worked? Hey, everyone, you're the... thank you, Flashco. That's a good pin. Let's see. Steam. Join. I need to do a refresh button as well. And let's see if this adds me as Kavino and not as Sam. Or Sam2. I mean, it's just as easier for you to know a node using its peer IDs. Probably, yeah. Probably. That would make sense. That would make sense. Yeah. Set whatever people's Steam names are randomly. Oh, yeah. I have the dumbest promo video idea for this? Please let me know, because I got some bad ones. Briefly AFK, need me to host again? Yes, please. Yes, please. The 3004, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the team. You now have access to our beautiful and immaculate team emotes you can use to welcome people to the team. Okay, let's see what happens. Boom. Why am I Sam? What? What? Remote? Data? Team red. Wait, am I... Wait. Are we on the same team as well? No. Why am I Sam? I think what's happening... I think it's because the server is getting the Steam persona name. We're all Sam. Oh my lord, hang on, let me read this idea. Close up of meteor pop up behind wide eyes seeing it. Gets yoinked by a blur, player 2. React face from player 1. Camera pans player 2 holding a meteor, breaking a crystal out of it. It's not a bad idea. Are the mesh resources local? Ooh. We disconnect. Are they? That's a good question. Player name label. Yes. They are indeed local. They are indeed local. So what's happening is the player is doing that thing where, or not the player, the host, when creating or validating the member, it's giving it the host's name. And yeah, it's getting the current user. And if the current user is the host, then of course it's going to give the host name. So I need to do this differently. Yeah. Okay. Got a few ideas. Actually, where's Ika? Ika's not here yet, but I am reading your ideas and I think they're good. I just don't know how the heck I'm gonna do any of them. Yeah, I can't do any of the animation stuff. Player's size, that's fine. The name. I wonder if there's a way to get the persona name of other users. Use get friend persona name. You can get anyone's persona name. So it'd be get friend, but get friend. Oh, but it needs an argument of their Steam ID. So what the heck is their Steam ID? That won't. I don't know if we can get the idea when they connect, or the ID when they connect. On member validated. Let's go to the validation step. Here, lobby manager member validated connect. Go down to this. That's ready. On member validated. Member validated connect. Wait, where does it get emitted? Oh, does it get... Wait, what? Where does this emit? Oh, that's right, lobby manager. Holy moly. Member validated emit PID. So I wonder if I could do a get validate member. Well, who's calling this actually? This is the server also calling that, so that won't work. So I was thinking maybe I could do steam.get ID, app ID, get Steam ID. Wait a sec. The account currently logged into the Steam client. This is commonly called the current user or local user. Steam ID is unique identifier for Steam accounts. And maybe I can do that, but that would be that would still get the host, wouldn't it? I feel like that would still get the host, because the host is calling to validate the member. But what Munglo was saying was that this is where you do all the check the game versions, check the bans, and all that. So how would that work? Current app ID, leaderboard. achievements. No. End game phase. That's cool, but no. Get available languages. Achievement. Build ID. Get app ID. So how do I make sure that this is called on the proper person though? PID, validate member. So they have been added to connected players. So maybe I could call connected players with the PID dot get Steam dot. That doesn't make sense though. Everybody has a Steam ID. You just need to find out where and when the server gets a joiner's Steam ID. Right, that's what I'm trying to figure out right now. I got you. Oh. I guess that would be on Steam lobby joined. On Steam lobby joined. Lobby ID response. Connect to lobby. So this is on the client connecting. So I could get it here. And then await local player sync. Local player sync emit. I guess I could from here. I think if I go here and I just change it here, then it would work. Because it's all synchronized anyways. So if I say like local player dot player name equals steam dot get persona name, now that should sync. And I don't even need the ID stuff. But I need to check if Steam is running here, because then this is not going to work in eNet. If lobby manager dot backend lobby manager dot backend dot steam else string pure ID, or actually else string of local player dot pure ID. And I wonder if that would update. Yeah, I think so. Focus on work. You're right, Hilden. We're currently just setting up some Steam things. I have a feeling this might work. I think so. Tough to test. So Steam connects, but displays, but only displays hosts persona name. Potential fix. So when creating local player trying to sync local players get Steam persona name. Might work because of syncs. Try that out. Push that. Okay. Man, oh man. I think that might be the play. I think. But at least it works on Steam now. And I need to look into when do I get my own app ID as well? That's the other question. I think I have to submit a build first. No, I could probably just use the app ID, actually. You already have one, yeah. So I could probably just start using, instead of using 480, I can start using whatever the heck the app ID is and go from there. Is the app ID something I'm supposed to keep on the down low, like keep it secret? I don't think so, because like I feel like that's public. No idea though. No idea. Okay. We have ads playing. I'm gonna check on the words real quick. Heading to level 1, lots of fun. Then we come back. I think we're gonna be transitioning to doing more things. What do you even call it? More VFX. Yeah, more VFX. Yep. You don't have to wave it around. Gotcha. I see. But anybody can see the app ID. Okay, I gotcha. All right, I'll be right back real quick, and then we'll do it up. Boop, boop. Whew. All right, I have returned. Holy moly. All right, webcam. You're back off, webcam on. There we go. Man, oh man. Let me do this. Do that. All right, we'll finish out these words and then get back to it. Boom. Let's see. Whoa. Fish hook. Shook. We got hook. Do we got oh, we already got fish. Fisk. Coys. Nope. Hoofs. Hoofs? I thought it was hooves. I thought it was hooves. All right, we'll finish out these. Wait for it. Wait for it. Not too shabby. All right, turn these words off. Back to work. Back to work we go. Holy moly. All right, ba-bing boom. There we go. Let's go. Indeed. So we think that this get Steam persona name thing is gonna work from the local player. That's the hope, at least. We'll see about that though. I'm fine for now on it. What we do need to do though is we need to get back to visual effects. VFX for short. So we're gonna jump over to eNet. We're gonna see what these new things look like. Because I haven't looked at them yet. Oh wait, no, I was right. Host. So what I did was I replaced the bubbles with cylinders instead. Replace them with cylinders instead. So we'll see what actually happens here. Start. And here we go. Meteor shower. Oh. Oh. Oh God. Okay. Okay. There's too many of them. There's way too many of them. I think that's the first problem. First problem is there's too many. Let's go over here. Gravity is going up. There is a turbulence on them, which I think it's fine to have. But I also think there's way too many of them. Let's switch to 25. And maybe we make the lifetime a little bit longer as well. Maybe I just get rid of the turbulence. Let's get rid of the turbulence for now. There we go. I think they do need to be slightly skinnier. Cavino Docs, we know his name is Sam now. Actually, my name is Cavino. Fun fact, if you didn't know that. If you didn't know that, Quellis. Let's switch it to 14. Oh wait, yeah, I did know that. When I was making the channel, I was like, well, what I plan on doing, my name's gonna be out there anyways, so may as well, you know, just be myself and see what happens. The other problem is it looks like this is starting too low. Like that maybe. And then maybe let's try 8. Hmm. 4 hours, nice. 0.5. Okay, that's too skinny now. Way too skinny. 0.75. Bring them down a bit. Like that. Holy crepes. Instagram profile pic is wild. You look so young. Yeah, that is legit 10 years ago. If not more. That's kind of, yeah. Yeah. A little bit. I gotta find a better profile picture. I'm on the hunt for a new profile picture. So if anyone has any good, the big thing about a profile picture, what makes a good profile picture? It needs to be bright. It needs to capture the essence of the content being put out. So probably like something to do with like being a professional game dev would make the most sense. Yeah. I miss Bald Cavino. I do not miss Bald Cavino. Not at all. Not in the slightest bit. No. All right, there we go. Start game. All right, let's try it. Please work. Please be really good. Full screen. And 3. I turned showers on, right? I did not. Why not FFS? Because that's not a profile picture. That is a branded logo. So it's like, yeah, you know, Hackerman pose, sunglasses with matrix reflection. Just put on some sunglasses, put up the hood, and just sit there. It's actually not a bad idea. Not a bad idea. Maybe we do that, but it needs to be bright. That's the other thing, because no one clicks on dark profile pictures. Yeah, it needs to be like an action shot, candid as they call it in the industry. Something like that. Let's see, host, private. Okay, showers on, join. We do have like, that's the other thing is I was thinking about posting on the studio's like actual social media accounts. We do have those. But I figured it'd probably make more sense to post from mine. Okay. That kind of works. They're a little on the bright side. Oh dear God, they're very bright. That is kind of working though. I do need to fix it so that they don't rotate, because that looks weird when they rotate like that. That looks cool from afar. How they're purple. I think I need to make them slightly more on the purple side as well. But I think we're on the right track. On the right track with them. Let's see. Hup. Boom. Because they're big, they hit things, they knock all the asteroids around. We do need to figure out how to reduce the amount they're knocking them by. So what's happening is when a meteor hits an asteroid, it applies an impulse to the body. That's good, except for whatever reason, the impulse isn't properly updating. So I take the vector and then I multiply it by a power, and the power isn't really doing anything, which is very strange. And then of course the next added problem is if you have an asteroid that gets hit twice, it's double applying an impulse, which is another problem. I'm touching grass. Ooh, good job, Bongo. Good job. Make sure to wear sunscreen, gloves, Watch out for bugs. That kind of stuff. Here we go. Okay, and then the next problem is that when they hit, it takes the rotations of them, which, yeah. I think I need to reduce it even more. Reduce the number of them even more. Because there's just too many, and so it's staying super bright. And maybe I pull it up more too, just slightly. The rotation they hit's so funny, it is. I don't have sunscreen, and what do I need gloves for? For the, what do you mean? For the grass, touching of the grass. You gotta be safe. I think that works. And then maybe it's even to do with the emission radius. Oh. I see what's going on. Maybe something like that. No, I'm raw dogging it. Oh dear. Oh no, my grass is burning. Wait, what? I'm touching grass too. Oh. Wrong kind of grass there, Flashco. Wrong kind of grass. That's the bad grass. The devil grass. No, no, no. No, 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 no. We don't do that around these parts. All right, here we go. Start. Let's go full screen. And here we go. Here they come. Boom, boom, boom. It does look a little better. I feel like I can reduce their intensity color a little bit more. Because it is a little too white in the center. It should be white here and then get darker over time. Yeah. Yeah. Two nerdy nerds. UWU. The word we don't say. Man, oh man. All right, let's see here. If we do in this thing, meteor trail, shader param, and I'm gonna make it a little darker going this way, like that, because we still want it light up top. Meteor shower looking great. Thank you. We're getting there with it, getting there. And then on the particle process, I think what I'm doing is I have a color curve. I don't remember why I have this. Just get rid of it. I do want the alpha curve. Oh, because what I was doing originally was a different shader. That's right. So actually I want the alpha curve not to disappear and reappear. I actually just want it to disappear over time. And then the scale curve falls off. Yeah. Yeah. And that should be a little better. It's still looking a little on the bright side though. That's not gonna do anything. So let's go back into the shader. And we are doing a flags, unshaded. And I think what I need to do is remove more white. Bring the purple up. And then this blue probably be like here. And then we change the intensity of the purple. It does kind of look more white though still. So what if I just do away with white? I think it's because it's unshaded. That might be why. Or is it because the... Huh. Where is that white coming from? Might be because it's unshaded. No, it's still kind of on the bottom. Yeah, you can kind of see the white at the bottom there. Okay, what if I do a darker blue? No, it just makes it more purple. Huh. That's very weird. Is this supposed to move? What does this look like when you rotate and move the root node around? So it doesn't look good right now when it does that. It's supposed to be just a meteor that's falling. And so this looks cool. We have the lighter white, and then it goes into the darker purple. And then the GPU particle is supposed to be the trail. The whole idea here is that it just looks like that they're falling. Currently what's happening is when it falls and hits, because it's a rigid body, the entire thing is rotating, which just looks dumb. Which is a fix I need to figure out to not worry about the rotation of the meteor itself. But I can show you what it looks like currently. The whole idea is that they're just falling straight down. Yoinking looks dumb? No, yoinking looks cool. Yoinking is cool. The meteors are what look kind of silly right now. So start, full screen it, and we'll see them falling. See how it kind of... Yeah. I need a way to make these look cooler. I think that's already kind of close. Everything is wrong. Change everything? Oh, dear God. Oh, God. Should we be able to lock rotation set the rigid body property? I think so. What is that, Kavino? They're meteors. They're meteors that are falling. This is the part of the chaos mode. I got my medical card. Psh, psh. They're like little meteors that are cool. It adds to the chaos of the map. But yeah, I think I can lock the rotation. I feel like I could. Yeah. Let's see. I just want to see them go off one more. Jesus. Yeah, so that's the problem, is that sometimes they just don't. Just randomly rotated like that. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. I did reduce their count quite a bit. Let's go back to 20. But when I go to 20, it's not bad. Not bad. So if I do meteor, how do I axis lock linear Y and maybe angular Y? So then they only spin this way. Oh wait, no. Lock the angular X and Z. So now they can only spin when they hit something, but they're also only gonna go down. Let's try that. I think that'll work. Host. All right. Join. Perfect. Okay, I don't know why that's not. There we go. Turn on the shower. Start the game. Weird that the loading screen doesn't show here. All right, and here they come. Oh. Now they're not falling. So I don't want to lock their Y. I unlock their Y, but lock everything else. That's what I need to do. Don't lock the Y, but lock everything else. So now they can only fall on the Y and rotate on the Y. That makes more sense. What is this? I don't need an Omnilight here. Something like that. Try it again. Host. Okay. Then I want to figure out, once this is good, I want to figure out why the loading screen isn't showing up on the map loading. Because it should. Like right here, we shouldn't see this. This should be a loading screen, and now it should. All right, here we go. Boom, boom, boom. That's better. I almost think that the cylinders aren't long enough, and the cylinders are too thick. I think that might be the case. Yeah. And then we have to figure out how to reduce how hard they hit the asteroids, because they're a little too hard right now. Yeah. Little too hard. Okay, so let's take the shape, make this 10 on the height, and then make this 0.5 on the width. Pull it up so it's something like that. And then timing back to 2. And then shoot this to 30. And of course, we're going to add one more GPU particle for some kind of like sparks effect. That would make sense. Maybe I do want some slight turbulence to it as well. Very slight though. Noise strength, bring that down. Noise scale, bring that down. That might work. Let's try it. Like, right. Host. Shower on. Join. Boom. Shut that down. There we go. Start. Oh, I keep forgetting to check the loading screen. Whoa. Lag. Crazy lag. Ooh. Ooh. That doesn't work. Why did that? And it reduced our FPS dramatically. So. Uh-oh. It froze. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's crashing. There we go. Okay, so let's go back to 20. Let's turn off turbulence. That just was not the play. Now we should be good. Yeah. I wonder if I could even make gravity a little bit faster. So it goes slightly higher. Yeah, slightly longer on them. Let's try that. Save. Okay, so what I want to do is figure out why on our lobby scene. Oh, actually, wait. Root node of the scene is recommended not to be transformed. Why is the root transformed? How did that move? Fixed it. There we go. Must have been accidental press of some sort. Okay. Let's see. Meteor shower. On temporary rest. We are doing a change map RPC with the loading screen set to true. So that should call to set the loading screen. Huh. Strange. With loading screen. And it's authority call local, so then the host is the one telling everyone to change maps. Very weird the loading screen's not going off though. Change map to connect is in game. On change map, we clear the spawn points. If it's with a loading screen, then we will say loading screen load map. Loading screen load map. We reset it, we show it. If we have an avatar, then we pause the avatar. Scene path loading equals that. We set the process to be true, and then we send the loaded thread request. Huh. Print. Loading screen is showing and has loaded thread request. Has load threaded request. Try that. That should print out twice now. Should. Host. Boom, boom. join. Right. Shower on, start. So far, so good. The loading screen didn't show, even though it said it did. So I wonder if it just happened to load really fast. Yeah, that's probably what happened. Weird. Okay, let's see if... See if we can reduce the amount that the meteors are hitting for. So we're applying an impulse based off of the global basis Z. Then we rotate that off the vector 3 up by a random float times tau. Reason we do that is so then as it's coming down and the asteroid gets hit, it hits from a, or we're giving it that position, but rotated at some point, random point 360. But maybe we need to rotate it off a different vector, like vector 3 right. Because the idea is that we want to push it down into the sides. Global basis Z is down. And then the multiplier of 0.005 just straight up is not doing anything. Which is also strange. Also strange. So maybe what I do... Trying to think what else I could do here. Rotated vector 3 up. So if we're hitting like this, and then we're rotating off of this, then that's not really doing anything, is it? But if we rotated off of like this, then that would work. So let's try right. Yeah, let's try that. All right, and then we go host private. Shower on, join, fake. Okie doke. Boom. Start. Yeah, weird. That loading screen should have showed. Here they come. Okay, that is working better. It is still pushing them down really hard, though. Yeah. I don't like how hard that's pushing them down. We're multiplying the number, or the vector it's pushing them by 0.005. Positioned impulse. Oh, this is where the impulse is going now. No, it isn't. Position is the offset from the body origin and global coordinates. Oh, so position's where it's hitting from. Which by default is just 0. That doesn't seem right. Okay. Let's do this. Meteor tail changed plus when hitting asteroid rotated on vector right instead of up. What's that? Yeah. Yeah. Save that. Okay. Potentially make an explosion on all impacts. That's another one that we could do. Position scrambler. We still need the flag implosion. And then we need the meteors, explosion. So we need an explosion now from the meteor's impact. Should also be doing some kind of spark trails though as well. That would probably make sense. Maybe we don't need that though. Let's focus on an explosion first. So where or how am I going to do explosions? Because I don't want to instantiate an explosion every time we call it. Rather, ooh, I'm going to have to object pool the explosions and then call them at the coordinates that they land on. But I'm gonna have to pool like at least 20 of them, if not more, which could be a huge issue. Unless on each individual meteor, what I do is I don't make the meteors explode, rather they just play a different particle that goes off. Can you explain how to make an animated tail? Yeah, all it is just a GPU particle. So first thing you do is you want to make a head. That is the top of any kind of explosion or like rocket flying through. And all you do for a head is you go into Blender, make some kind of teardrop-esque shape. That's usually the play, is like a teardrop. And then you put a shader on it. So this shader in particular, all we're doing is we are taking, let's go to it, fragment. Boop. We're taking a color, which is just a parameter that we add in manually. And specifically, it is a texture 2D parameter. So in that way, we can have a variation of colors going through it. So we go from white, because the bottom of anything that's like flying through the air is always going to be hotter. So you make that white, and then you get darker over time. Slap that into the albedo. And then all we're doing is we are taking another texture, which is our flame texture here. And we are UV panning it. So we spin it and then plug that into the alpha. We just have two of them. So one's spinning clockwise, the other one's going counterclockwise, just so it gives it more life. And that's the head. Then on the trail itself, all it is it's the exact same shader on a draw pass. We changed up the colors slightly. Same thing, rotating them in opposite directions. And then we slap on a particle process where all it is it will move upward, and then that's really it. You scale it down over time. So over time, it will start big and then get smaller. We're also changing the alpha so it kind of disappears at the top. And then a lot of it's being handled just from the thing itself moving downward, because the particles are just going to kind of follow and trail behind. That's it. Pretty straightforward. You can make it more complex and more complicated for sure. This is like the very basic way of doing it. But yeah. All right, so looks great. Appreciate it. Yeah, let's get the fracture asteroids. We're trying to get the tail of a sword for a slash animation. The tail of a sword for a slash animation. That's like when you do it this way. When you swing the sword, is it like one of those like slashes that kind of comes off? But I guess from the back. So it kind of follows the sword and slashes back. Because what you could do is just have a particle that's on the local coordinates, which is... Local coordinates would be over here. So then it follows the rotation of, or the local coordinates of the sword. And then you just emit them as a one shot for like 0.2 seconds or something. Behind to show movement, like a blur. Yeah. There's also a lot of really good tutorials from like Leilu on YouTube, who I think he has one on sword slashes in particular. I think so. And I'd highly recommend that one. I think so. Yeah. All right. Weave ads about to start. I'm going to check on the words real quick. Heading to level 6, pickup sticks. When we come back, we are going to probably move into the asteroid explosions. Because right now they just fracture. They don't like explode. And that's what we need. Like a little dust cloud type deal. Yeah. Yeah. All right. I'll be right back real quick and then we will do it up. Boop, boop.
Just take it slow, stay here with me. Morning light is shining through the open door. Every quiet moment feels like something more. Coffee getting warmer, soft music in the air. In this little moment, nothing else compares. Take my hand, stay a while. Let the morning make us smile. Come be happy with me. Let the world go by. Every little moment feels like we can fly. Come be happy with me under open skies. In this chance of morning, love begins to rise. City waking slowly, sunlight on the street. Every little heartbeat moving with the beat. People passing softly somewhere down the road. In this quiet morning, love begins to grow. Take my hand, stay a while. Let the morning make us smile. Come be happy with me. Let the world go by. Every little moment feels like we can fly. Come be happy with me under open skies. In this gentle morning, love begins to rise. you're here with me. Every little sunrise feels like harmony. Come be happy with me. Let the world go by. Every little moment feels like we can fly. Come be happy with me.
That's awkward. Thank you, Sammy. Yeah. As I was saying, I went to go let my dog out, and he did that thing where, like, I open the door and he just sits there. He just doesn't want to go outside. And then as I'm shutting the door, he goes, "Oh, actually, maybe I do want to go outside." And it was annoying. It was a pain. But we're back. We're doing the fractures. We're going to get explosions going. And that's the play. That's the play. Yep. All right, let's see here. So we have multiplayer is server, starting position, reset asteroid, explode. Here it is. So we need to add explosion GPU particles. And this, we're just going to do a one shot, emit, bada bing, bada boom. And we have to do this for all three. But we really just need the same particle, and then we're good. Yeah. So let's think. We probably just want like a little dust cloud, right? Nothing crazy. Just a little poof. How do we make a little poof? Let's do, go here. And then if we go under Godot, there was the bin bun stuff from Itch that, Nodule told us about. There's some smoke. That looks just like the Lelu stuff. Yeah, nothing really here for what we need. Yeah, maybe not. Okay, so I'll just start off with a GPU particle. And we want to draw a pass, probably want to do a cylinder mesh, or a sphere mesh, sorry. And then on the sphere mesh, let's put in, let's do a shader material on it. And I think I have explosion cloud here with a shader parameter, inner color. We're gonna make like the color of an asteroid. Cloud color, which is gonna be a texture 1D. Switch the intensity to 0.2. Then in the colors, we can go lighter color. We probably want to go and grab the same thing, darker color. We're going to grab the exact same color here, but we're just going to make it darker like that. That should work. Check the fragment here. Yep. One is this one, the inner color. Focus on work. You're right, Hilden. Default value is here for an inner color. I think inner color, I'm just gonna darken it like that. Okay. Then what we need is for the particle process material. So let's do process, particle process. And we're gonna change the spawn to be a, let's see, position, not point. We're gonna do a sphere. And we'll do just the full size. We'll do 3.5 on that. Under the color curves, we're gonna have a color ramp probably that will go through. Munglo, welcome in. How are you doing? What were you working on? What were you up to? We are just working on some VFX and cooking. Boy, learning Lua. Oh no, Munglo. Why are you learning Lua? Don't tell me that you're doing something really gross. Don't tell me you're doing something gross. Why are you learning Lua? What is Lua for? Because there's only one thing I know Lua's for, and it's for oh no. 50 stream streak, holy moly. Holy moly. Yeah, Munglo, what is the Lua for? If I may ask. Lua is for real programming. Is this true? Is this true for real programming? I don't know about that. Real programming. See, the only thing I know Lua for is yep. Nor said it perfectly. Lua is for baby blocks. Yep. Lua's awesome window manager. But in terms of game development, most people use Lua for one engine. So now I have a plugin that can roll dice like 4d8, 2d4s, and so on. Oh, nice. We used to have that with our Savage bot. Rest in peace, Savage. He's not dead. Let's see, scale curve. I think I need to just do this. Something like that. Yeah, we don't have that anymore. No more. Defold and love. See. Oh, well, yeah, I guess you could love 2D and defold. Uses Lua. See, I was thinking Roblox. That's the one that comes to mind. When I think of Lua, I think of Roblox. Nah, that's a spooky one. And so I was like, there's no way Munglo is switching to Roblox. Just ain't no way. Okay. Oh wait, that's a mission curve. I want an alpha curve. And we want the alpha curve to go up, then down, then up. Close. Close. Good way to learn how to do strings and stuff next to tie config, persisting to adding commands in response to UI overlay like Discord, links, and so on. Nah, long term, it is for the main Pugnarium project. Modability there. Oh, I see. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Modding in Lua, definitely better. Okay, so I don't like what I'm doing here. But I do need it to go down. Then up. It's not really... I'm not liking what it's doing right now. Not liking this. Let's change this to 1 and 2. Slightly bigger. I need to change their gravity to be 0. Okay. So it's kind of coming together, then exploding out. Not great. What I want it to do, real programmers actually use OCaml. Is this true? I think real programmers actually use GDScript. That's what I heard. Yeah, that's what I heard. There we go. And then it needs to go kind of faster though. Yup. We need the lighter color. So on the color ramp here. You should clean your ears? What's wrong with my ears? What do you mean? What's going on with my ears? Boom. Real engineers use GDScript. There we go. That's smart. Well, if we're talking proper real, one might argue real programmers make their engine from scratch in C++. No, those are fake engineers. Yeah. Fake. Yeah, nah. They're like, those are like the ones who make their own engines. Psh. Psh. That's all I gotta say on them. Psh. I still don't know where this lighter color is coming from. No, it's not that. Huh. Where is that white coming from down there? No, multiply input color. Rather go in the direction there is difference between scripting and programming. Game dev scripting has used Lua for decades. Yeah, no, I'm just talking crap about Lua because of Roblox. That's the only reason. Boom, boom. I've used Lua a little bit before, once upon a time, and it's pretty. I mean, it's relatively simple compared to like. Oh, interesting. Huh. Compared to other programming languages I've seen. Roblox, as far as I understand, is quite different flavor of Lua. Yeah, it's like, if I remember right, it was walk forward. And then you say 10 blocks. Something like that. Like Unreal C++ is a bit special, yeah. This is the Lua I'm aware of, is that. Or jump to. Something like that, or it's like to jump. Something along those lines. But yeah, it's something. It's something. I think it's a good starting point, but yeah. Yeah, but that's just function calls. Yeah, they have like a bunch of built-in functions is what I was noticing. It was like the same in most languages. Yeah. Let's see. I don't know where this is coming from. What if I remove the scale curve? No, I need it to scale. But actually, what I think I need it to do is scale upward, not down. So we started at 5, then go up. Yeah. Something more along these lines. So it kind of pops. Yeah. I think that this is on level okay now since the dice roll works. Yeah, for sure. So I'm looking at how to use Lua tables and parse strings and so on. Are you trying to make it so the actual game, so the game is written in C# and then you use Lua for the modding? Is that how you're working it? From C# to Lua and back. Oh. Well, undecided. I see. I see. If I switch this to like 10. And then I go on here. We do 2. And then I do a... That should be fine. But maybe expose things like skills. You could add new skills or enemy personalities, enemy actions. That would be sick. That'd be really cool. I've always thought it was super interesting trying to get like modding into a game. No idea how that actually functions or works, but I always thought that'd be really cool. Howdy, Daniel Pancake. How you doing? Maybe. And if I do like 20 of them, and then do a timing of 0.5, and then do it one shot, full explosion, 60 FPS, slightly random, bring it down. Let's see what this looks like. Should I make a game with a bazooka? Vongo, haven't you been talking about making a bazooka for a long time? Have you made the bazooka yet? Explosion, particles, excess unique. And then we'll do a... wait, don't do that. Yeah. Then on explode, I made it. Make the missile. That's it. Oh, there you go. Things that is how I can write them are already self-contained, so I can expose. So you can load Lua script as a skill, but I would obviously make the skills I add in C# since faster needs to. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Explosion, particles, dot, emitting equals true. Okay, let's see if this works. We're going to copy this, paste it, paste it, save it, save it, save it. But gotta dip my toes in first. That makes sense. That makes sense. A dynamic quest generation with Lua. That would be really cool. Really, really cool. To my understanding too, not that this is a good or bad thing, but I've seen a lot of really solid mods coming out of vibe coding by using Lua or JavaScript. So it might open up the door for a lot of people to try it out. All right, let's see if this works and see how this looks. Yeah. Yeah, let's try it. Okay. Boom. Host private. There we go. Turn those on. Join. Mod.io supports Godot. I don't know what that is. What is Mod.io? All right, before we test this, we do have ads about to play. I need to go let my dog in because I hear him scratching at the door. So heading to level 7. Holy moly, level 7. Penguin carried last time. Boom. When we come back, we will see if this particle works or doesn't. Find out. I will be right back real quick. Real quick. Boop, boop. Yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. All right, turn this back on. Words off. There we go. Whew. Man, oh man. All right, let's see if this works. Yeah, I had the idea of adding an overlay text editor to edit the Lua plugin right in the overlay, but doing text rendering with highlighting would be a mess. Text rendering with highlighting. I think there's a node for that though. I'm pretty sure there's a node for that, like the text editor that does all the highlighting, and you can set it to a language and all that. I think. All right, let's see. We just need one of these to explode. And, oh, there we go. Okay, it looked gross. Yeah, that was not great. Yeah, it's too fast. Doesn't spread out enough. Doesn't leave like dust everywhere. Oh, and I missed. And I died. So I need it to spread out more, last a little longer, and we should be good. Yeah. Yeah. And also use local chords. Just keep jumping back and forth between these two until one of them explodes. There we go. Yeah, no, that's too... It's too fast. Let's hide the fracture real quick. Yeah, and it doesn't spread out fast enough. Let's try 1 second on it. And maybe what I do is the velocities. I do a... Is it the radial? I don't remember. I think that makes it go outward. That is... Change the explosiveness down a bit. We need to do... I think it's the radial. I don't remember though. We can make the base shape a little longer or bigger probably. Minimum 1 to 2 to 3. Yeah, that's better. We go into our radial Excel and do 1 to 1. Two. That's not right. Not radial. What if we go linear? Remove the radial. Let me do like 10. Okay, no. 10's making it drop. Because the direction is Y. Angle. I think it is radial. Yeah, there we go. Do that. 1 second, one shot. And then I need another particle that's gonna be like, I guess the fracture's already doing that. Yeah. Let's see. Did this change? No, it did not. Okay. So this is the one I changed? Yeah. Copy. Paste. Oop. Don't do that. Let's delete it. Delete. Delete. Paste. Delete. Paste. There we go. All right, let's see how that works now. That should look a little bit better. A little bit. Hopefully. We'll see. We shall see. All right. Let's go host, private. There we are. Boom, bang. Join, fake. There we are. Close that. Asteroids on. Start. Still no loading screen. All right, let's see. Nothing. Nothing. Likelihood of explosion is pretty low. I turned it on, right? There we go. And you can get a good glimpse of that. Let's see. Boom. Local chords. This one's just not exploding. There we go. I think I want to even hold it a little bit longer. Yeah, I think so. A little bit longer. Okay, so let's go back to this one. We're gonna go for lifetime 1.5 seconds. And then we're gonna turn on our particle process. Where is the use local? Oh, it's in drawing. Save that. Let's go actually 2 seconds on it. And make it so it disappears. Display, color curves, alpha curve. And we actually want it to not do this. Instead, it comes to here and then back down. But like a steep drop. Oop, steep drop down. Like that. Yeah. Okay. Copy. Delete. Paste. Delete. Paste. There we go. Okay, so now we can have and say fracture asteroids have VFX. Dust. Commit that. Push. Okie doke. Save. That's good. I think I do need to, yeah. Implicit ready on these. This should be fine. I think on the synchronizer though, I should do a emitting and then do it on change. Like so. Yeah. Same thing over here. Emitting. then on change. That way it's all synchronized. And then emitting on change. There we go. Fracture, VFX sync, commit that, push. She blows. Cool. All right, that's the next set of VFX done. Let's go to some kind of teleport beam to know, so the player knows that their position was scrambled. Okay. We also need a highlight or glow on the pickups to make them more visible. All right. Highlight or glow on the pickups. That one might be, actually, I think I remember seeing one for that over here on itch. Yeah, something like this. Loot VFX. And we do something like this, but we change the color of it. 6 different tiers. We don't need to worry about that. But I could do this and probably slap it over. I think that would work. Free to use this aspect: personal, educational, commercial, no attribution required. Perfect. Perfect. Yeah. Let's download that. And download. Save as. Go to temporary. Save. All right. Desktop, temporary, and we'll go into this one. Extract. Just gonna extract it into here, and then we can move it around. See what this is. Assets, VFX, shared and loot effects. Loot VFX scene. Round. Floating. Okay. So it looks like what I need to do is pop all of this into, let's just placeholder texture. Pop the whole thing into, yeah, into the game. We can kind of go from there. So I'll just take this whole folder, cut it, desktop, CTF tower, assets. Actually, let's go to VFX, paste, come in, load all that. Now let's go to item scene. Okay. We'll show like the position scrambler for now. Then we'll pop open to here. And we go VFX, loot effects, loot effects scene. Okay. Okay, this is just the display scene for them. Yeah. I think we go something like this, and then we can just change the colors. 'Cause I like that, those spinny things around it. I think that's sick. Yeah. Effect floating. And I think that would be under mythic. Nope. Maybe. Mythic, legendary. They seem to be the same, just different colors. Slightly more spinning. What app is that? This is Godot Engine. Godot Engine. Not really an app, Ted. A game engine. Okay, so I could do that. Yeah. So I'll take the loot effects. And then put this on. It don't really change a lot. I haven't heard of it in over a year. Oh wow. Yeah. It's changed a lot. There's we are on, I think a year ago it was like 3.5 or something. We're now on 4.6. So yeah, a lot has changed. A lot. They've added some really awesome things, some crazy things. All right, let's do this. Loot, VFX, legendary. This guy. So little. Okay. Now if I just do that, well, actually, let's look at what the tool script is first. Primary color, shape, particles. Sick. Light, we can change that. Oh, sick. This is really cool. I like the way he broke this up with a tool script. That's awesome. Yeah. All right, so if I take the scale and let's quad it. 6. Maybe 7. And then I'm going to reduce the light on it. Change the light color. Not really seeing any light difference here. Primary color, we'll make it green. Green. It might be a little too... Oh, I like this. Glow amount. Yeah, reduce the glow amount a bit. This might be cool. This might be... The only problem, though, is depending on what we have showing. Oh, no, that might be okay, actually. Maybe I do want to make them like a different color though, like yellow. Turn the emission down a bit to like 1.5. Let's see what this looks like in game. Yeah, see what it looks like in game. All right. And we're gonna go here, go host, private. There we go, join, fake. All right, oh, didn't wanna do that. And we can also check out the asteroids when we do that. Just turn on all the hazards. Start game. I still don't like that the loading screen isn't showing well. Go full screen on this. Oh, wow. Okay, those are a lot easier to see. A lot harder to tell what they are, though. Yeah, so I might need to reduce the lighting a little bit more on them. Dang, that meteor shower is a little too strong. Okay. Let's swing over here. Yeah, it's really hard to tell unless you get close up to them. Whoa! Emitting a value type bool and base object null instance. Okay, so it didn't like the on ready for the explosion particles. Okay, so that's a quick fix. We go to our fracture. Open up all three. We're going to remove the unique name on them. Close this. Remove the unique name. And remove the unique name. And then I'm just going to export them instead. now I'll just grab it that way. Personally, I don't think it's a bad thing you can't clearly see what it is until you get it. If it was me playing, I'd just get all of them. So that's the big thing though, is you can't get all of them. You can only get one at a time, because it's a multiplayer capture the flag game. So you have a bunch of people going after certain things, and so you kind of want to know what you're running after. So for example, if someone has the flag, you probably want to go pick up something that's going to disrupt them more than calling in a orbital strike or a black hole or whatever it may be. So I think it's really important to be able to see exactly what you're going for. I think so. Yeah. Yeah. Which, by the way, if this game looks cool to you at all, or you know anyone that likes to have fun, be sure to wishlist Astro Yoinkers on Steam. Boom. Let's reduce the intensity's already down. We have no lighting on it. Turn on a little bit of lighting. Turn the glow amount down, maybe. Although that is cool. Density. Okay, I could reduce the density on it a bit. I do like the... Oh, that's all it is. Interesting. Something like that. Yeah. Turn down the brightness of the VFX. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. Let's try 1. And that might be better. Yeah. I also might just change them from green to a different color. I think so. Flare amount. Flare ring. Particles. Particle textures. Wait, what is this? Oh, that's the little... I see. Keep that undone. Cam is the best cameraman. Yeah. Something like that. He's the only cameraman. Want me to add? Yeah. I try to run, or I've been messing around with, for quite a while now, minute 30 ads every 30-ish minutes or so. Something like that. Because the idea there is we have to hit 3 minutes. Howdy, Simran. We have to hit 3 minutes every hour so we don't get the pre-rolls, because those are just, gross. So I wanted to break it up because I found during the 3-minute ads, we'd be like having a conversation, then all of a sudden, boom, they hit. And then by that time, I've already forgotten everything that we were talking about. Boom. Let's try this. Host, private. All right. Join fake. And there we go. Boom, bang, start. Still no loading screen. I don't know why. Full screen. Okay, it's a little better. A little better. It is kind of... Well, you can see what they are, but... See if any of these explode on me. And zoop. Oh, get out of there. Cool. Oh, nice. Wow, none of them are exploding. It's like when I turn the chance of explosion up from like 15% to anywhere above that, it goes crazy. It feels way too much. But now, oh, there we go. Ugh. Oh. one didn't work. Why did this one not work? Which rock is this? Self. Fracture rock 2. So I did get the right one, but the explosion particles didn't get assigned. 2. There they are. Weird. It's right there. Maybe it's the export's getting reset some. Yeah, maybe the export's getting reset somehow when we spawn them in. Just kind of annoying. I should be able to say... I should be able to do this actually, where I do... explosion particles equals get explosion particles. Just in the ready. See if that works. Alright, let's see here. Boom. Bang. Bop. There we go. Host. Private. And then asteroids on. Join. Fake. There she blows. And start. Alright, let's see if this works. 63 hours already, though. That's a little spooky. Failed to get path from RPC. RPC. Node not found explosion particles relative to the fracture asteroid's fracture rock. Oh. I didn't set... Wait, what? Fracture asteroid. It's looking for fracture rock. But there it is. Fracture rock. And it's using the same script. That's why it didn't work. Copy. Paste. And then assign. Yeah, that's why. Yep. We need to... This one's a little small, but it might be okay for now. Which means now that that works, I shouldn't have to do this line. Weird that... Oh, because it's fracture. I misspelled it. That's why fracture didn't pop off. Oh, that is so awkward. Let's rename that. Fracture. And rename. Fracture. Save. Now we should be good. That's why. I was like, I swore I did all the fractures, but... No, I didn't do the fracture. Alright. Asteroids on. Join. Fake. Cool. Start. Oh. Haha. So I renamed it. Now we're good. Naming. Naming is important. Misspelling is also important. Okay. Cool. And we're gonna do this. Whoop, whoop. There we are. Asteroids on. Start. Where's my loading screen though? It's like it just doesn't want to show. Looks kind of gross. Yeah, it kind of looks gross. Not a fan. The glowy thing looks kind of cool. Oh, jeez. They all just explode. Okay. Use the black hole. Perfect. There we go. And then we can swing back. Oop. And bam. I don't like that as much. Cool. All right. Not terrible. Not terrible. So we can do loot, VFX, or actually we'll say item, VFX. Oh, Ouija1, thank you for the take a hike. That's what I needed. Item VFX plus renaming, fixed name change. Okay. Commit. And push that. Woo. Man, oh man. We haven't gotten I will say we didn't get a hike in where we haven't had one in a while. Let me plug in the thingy. Boom, boom. Ugh. All right, plug this in. Whew. There we are. Oh, let me move it over. Oh, there we go. Okay, next up, we need, let's see. What do we need now? Now we need to do fractures done, loot VFX done. Level up visual. Position scrambler VFX is the next one. So the position scrambler, that's the item where you point it and it sends them off to a random direction. I think what we want to do for that is to probably like a teleporter beam type deal. So it kind of like comes up, around, and back, kind of like this, that shape. Like that, and the player's in between. And then it will close in on itself. So then that's like stage 1, stage 2 would look more like this, stage 3, and then that's it. It's gone. Maybe we implode it a little bit. Not sure. I think that would probably be the play. Yeah. Yeah, so let's close all this. Close all the fractures, close the item. Cool. On the player, because we're gonna want this on the player. We got space dust. What the heck is space dust? Oh, that's when we die. So I'm gonna do a emit dust. Yeah. So I'm gonna do another thing where it's gonna be a node, and it will be the position scrambler visuals. So node 3D, position scrambler visuals. All right, we have to think about how this is gonna work exactly. So ideally, what we have happen is a green line comes around the player and then collapses into one. Yeah. Hey, Gabino, just asking, what type of node should I use for an enemy? It really depends on what kind of enemy you're trying to go for. So what kind of enemy are you trying to make? There's different nodes for different use cases. If you want your enemy to, for example, have like ragdoll mechanics, you probably want to use a rigid body. If you want basic, like your standard enemy that runs around, you could use a node, or you could use like a character body, even though character bodies are typically for player controlling. Yeah, it really depends. Really depends on what kind of movement they do, how they act, all that kind of stuff. All right, so, what if I do a mesh instance just for right now? And if I use a capsule and I bring the height down, so it's like a ball, right? 0.5. Undo that. Why did that? Oh, it just auto does it? Weird. I don't like that. Why is it doing that? It's like resetting. 0.5. And then it just reset. What is going on here? So when was that a thing? It scales. Okay, whatever. Leave it. So if I start it here, and then thanks. I mean, I don't know if that answer helped at all. Hopefully. But yeah, it really depends on the movement type. Really depends. Let's see. Height. So then if I take this and I bring the height up while bringing the radius down, that could probably work. Yeah, that could probably work. I think so. So what I'll do here, and then it like disappears. Yeah. All right. Undo that. I'm gonna add a player for scale. There we go. Mesh instance. Bring it up because we want the whole player to be engulfed in it. So bring it to like there. Maybe a little bit more. Like that. We'll do 4.5. Bring the radius up. Bam. 1. 1.25. Sure. Like that. Beautiful. Now we'll do a material. And for now, I'm just gonna use a standard with a alpha transparency so we can see with cull mode disabled. Okay, cool. Blend mode additive. We can change the shading to be unshaded. We can change the albedo to be like that. Cool. That looks pretty good so far. Not hating it. Like this. Go to the Z, bring it up. Bring the sizing. Height down a bit. Up a bit. Yeah, something like that. Let's do 1.2 and 4.2. Cool. Okay. And then this, we add a, let's save it actually. Player. Grapple. VFX maybe. Scenes. Yeah. Save. Delete the player. Save. Add a script. There we go. Class. Name. Position. Scrambler. Visuals. Sending a node 3D. Delete all that. This will be main body. Access unique. Slap it in. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a tween for this to do the full shaping of it. Yeah. Yeah. All right. First, we have ads coming up. Chucking on the words real quick. Heading to level 1. Level 1. Yikes. Yikes, yikes. But when we come back, we will do this position scrambler visual and go from there. Yes. I'll be right back real quick. Boop, boop. Whew, I've returned. Holy moly. Captain Coder, welcome in. What a way to come in. Boom, boom. Turn this back on. Holy moly, the two gifted. One gifted to Knots It, and the other one a hyper game dev. Holy moly. Holy moly. Doesn't even say hi, just pops in with the subs. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right, let's turn these words off. Howdy, the Captain Coder. Let's do that. Bam. All right. So we're working on the VFX right now. I'm going to change the goal over here to position scrambler VFX. Bam. There we go. Howdy, the Captain Coder. Okay, so what we want is we want a tween. And we're gonna tween this shape so then it stretches out and then collides in on itself. Yeah. So let's do a func tween effect void tween create tween dot tween property, and we're going to take the main body dot mesh. We're going to do the mesh's height. I think I can do it that way. Yep, mesh's height. And then we're going to also save all this. So we need a const starting height. Let's go all caps because it's a constant. Starting height as a float equal to 4.2. Const starting radius as a float. Whoa. Equals 1.2. Cool. Let's think. We want it to come stretched out. So we could say starting height, const ending height. If I could type, that'd be really cool. Float equals 8.4, so we're gonna double it. Const ending radius is gonna be a float. And this is gonna be like 0.25. Make it super skinny. Yeah. And we go to ending height over the course of, let's try 1 second. And then we're gonna set some transitions and all that later, but because I think we can do, yeah. Main body dot mesh, hit the radius, going to ending radius over the same time. There we go. So it stretches, goes skinnier, and then we need it to snap down. Yeah. And then we do tween dot tween property, main body dot mesh, and then go to height, and we'll bring the height to probably like 0.25 or yeah, let's go like 0.5 over the course of 0.5 seconds. No, let's go 25 seconds. And then tween dot parallel, tween property, main body mesh, radius. And this radius, we're gonna extend it out. So it's gonna stretch and then collapse in on itself and spread. Which brings it to a radius of probably like 4.2, like the starting height basically. Yeah, over the same time. And then we'll have to see how this looks. Yeah. So then I'm gonna do a func call Scrambler visuals void tween effect. We need a reset. Func reset visuals void. And all we do is we just say main body dot mesh dot height equals starting height. Main body dot mesh dot radius equals starting radius. Easy enough. Reset visuals. Tween effect we'll call main body show, or just the whole node show. Then await tween finished hide. And then this needs to be a RPC any peer call local, because this is what's going to get called so everyone can actually see what's going on, see the effect being played. And then yeah, I think that's it. So what I need to do now is I'm going to add it to the player, and then I'm going to put in a cheat code to call this. Yeah, cheat code to call this. So we'll grab it, come up to our nodes. Boom. Drag that in. Pop. And then in our console, add command, we can say console add command. We're gonna call it scramble. This will be called scramble. Scramble. That's it. Now I need a function. Go to the bottom. And we have func scramble. Which will just call position scrambler visuals dot what did I call the function? Call scrambler visuals, but this needs to be .rpc. Yeah, that should hopefully work. So if I just call scramble when I do the command, it should work. All right, it's hiding by default. Let's try it. It should just work on the lobby, actually. Yeah, it should just work in the lobby. All right, let's see. Boom, boom. Host, private. There we go. Join, fake. Probably didn't even need to join, honestly. All right. Scramble. Okay, that was kind of cool. I think it goes up a little too slow though. And it doesn't crush down fast enough. Last Yoinkers feature the the Pooh soundtrack? What is the Pooh soundtrack? I don't know what that soundtrack is. So probably not. would be my guess. Go to the position scrambler. And let's do sad. Would still buy. Sweet. Let's do it like 0.5. Like so. Howdy CSLR, how you doing? Then we're gonna do dot set transition elastic. Do the same thing over here. I got ideas that overscope the project even further. Now, are they good ideas? In theory, everything is already in place to make that work though. Is it overscope for the sake of pushing the game forward? Or is it overscope for the sake of, oh, that could be neat? And then a radius. Switch the height to 2.5. Back to the game. I don't like that actually. Higher levels of weapon customization. That's a tough one. That's a tough one. Higher levels of weapon customization. I think that would be cool. I think it would be really cool. But I don't know if it's necessary, you know? Not sure if it makes sense from gameplay sense, but basically eliminate the need to split something across several weapon classes. I'd look at other games that have weapon customizations and see how much people actually use it and what they do. So like the only game that I know of that off the top of my head at least that does something like that would be probably something like Escape from Tarkov. And even then, it's like you're not really, like you kind of have your own set that you just run with all the time. And it kind of eliminates that piecing things together. I mean, sometimes you do. You go, oh, I have this left over, I'll just slap it in kind of deal. But yeah, Tarkov and Battlefield have a pretty in-depth customization. Yeah. Yeah, unless you're talking about like a closer to like Apex, where you only have, I guess Apex does have quite a few parts. You have the scope, you got the barrel, you got the grip. And I think you have a mag as well. Doesn't have that much. I mean, it has 4 working parts, right? Unless I'm missing one. Augment existing weapons. Right, which is, I mean, could classify it as customization. Like having the, I forgot the name of all the things in Apex, but 7 stream streak. Kavino, I need horse betting advice. I would not condone gambling. Would not condone. Okay, that was kind of cool. Kind of cool. Ending height needs to be bigger though. Apex lets you add barrels, scope, magazine, stock, and hop. Yeah, that's what it is. What if it's for our Game of the Year competitor gambling simulator? Are you, Aaron, are you making a gambling simulator? I don't think that's a good idea. I was thinking of doing something more like Battlefield, where you can swap out the parts and basically turn the gun into a completely different class entirely. How would it fit into the actual gameplay though? Because I should preface, I think it's a super cool idea. I think it's a super cool idea. It's more so, is it necessary to the game and pushing it forward? I haven't figured that much else. Ah, I see. Because it doesn't seem necessary to the game, especially with the type of game that it is, where you buy the ability to unethically win with the money and shooting the winning horse that you didn't bet on with a lucre. Dear God, Aaron. That's quite the game idea. Quite the game idea. It would eliminate the purposes of having other weapons in other classes. Yeah. Yeah. It would do that. You're going to have a meta though, which might cause problems. Like, because I'm also thinking about after release. If you have weapon customization after release, you're going to be dealing, you're now adding in, you're not just adding in weapon customization, but you're adding in an entire set of meta, like a meta comp and like meta balancing changes. Because you can't just, especially if it's a competitive game or just one that you want to keep live, you can't just leave it as is and say, okay, that's good. What you really need to do is you need to be constantly rebalancing everything and purposefully making certain things worse, making them better, and seeing how your player base reacts based on that. Because that allows for the evolving changes in a game and keeps people playing the game because they can try new things, try different things. Sir Dr. Dark, welcome in. How are you doing? What were you working on? What were you up to? We are, well, actually, let me start with this. If you haven't already, be sure to wishlist Astro Yoinkers, now available for wishlist on Steam. Amazing, capture the flag, multiplayer game, physics-based grappling, in space, bunch of crazy power-ups and cool things. Yeah, that's what has me split. Yeah. Honestly, I don't know if I would worry about weapon customization yet. I probably wouldn't. I think that it's a cool idea. It's something neat. But it is also something that you could add later on and get people like super hyped about it. Bare minimum, I'd probably do magazines, optics, and barrels. Yeah, I think that would be good. Hello, learning how things work, honestly. I was in a tutorial hack and decided to take a step back and learn what the nodes are. What ones I need. Doing better right now. Let's go. Are you still on still doing Unreal? What up, Mandy? Welcome in. Boom. Bam. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. I think the biggest thing is just doing. You're gonna learn so much more from doing than from like trying not, or like watching a tutorial, doing a tutorial. Because you end up running into all these different problems, then you look back at the tutorial after. Blueprints will help with logic and then switch over to C++ in a while. A long while. I feel that. That makes sense. We are currently setting up a little visual right now for our position scrambler. Okay, that's a lot better. A little visual for our position scrambler. It's just something that like sends the player to another direction, another place. And so I'm just trying to add more visual effects and whatnot to the game. Because we have the game. It's just about there. Can't find better yoinking in any other game on the marketplace. That's true. We're the only game with yoinking in the marketplace, dare I say. Shout out Sir Dr. Dark. Whoa, that's not it. Bam. There we go. There we go. Okay. Can I stop walking? I'm dying. Let's see. Oh, I've been done walking. Been done. I was stuck for a while. I thought the animation should be in blend space. Didn't realize you just dragged them into the blend space and they worked. That's funny. Only yoinking session in all of gaming. Absolutely. Absolutely. Take a hike. CSLR, I genuinely hate you. Like, I don't hate many people. I don't hate anyone. CSLR, though, I hate her. Yep. Howdy, Temptic. How you doing? All right, let's see. Oh my god, 3 days. That must be so rare. Super rare. Once I pay off my loan, I'm going to get a standing desk. Yeah, it is. It's a game changer. It sucks, but it's a game changer. It is indeed. All right, let's see. So if I use the position scrambler, so I'm gonna go grab it. Ooh, grab it, boom. Are you using a little treadmill or something? Yes, I am. That's what the take a hike is I'm walking on a little treadmill right now. Boom. And it is tiring, but I highly recommend it. If you get a standing desk, like, you may as well go out and get a walking treadmill as well. Yeah. The big thing that inspired it was when we went to Germany. Going from 1,000 steps a day to 30,000 steps a day I was like, oh boy, oh boy. All right, let's see if this works. It did not. Sick. Cool. All right, because I didn't call it when I do it. That's why. Call Scrambler Visuals. So in the player here, we're gonna go to, I usually get around 7.5 to 10K a day. Really, that is way better than me. Way, way better. I do not get anywhere close to that. I usually get like 1,000 and that's it. Like if I'm lucky, because I'm just sitting down working all day. So bad, so bad. Anyways, right now I'm following the plan of having a base weapon platform, different militaries modifying it to fit their needs from a separate AR, SMG, DMR with their own stats. I think that's neat. Yeah, I think that's neat. I see the commercial where the guy only got 7 steps in a day. Holy moly. I don't think I've seen that commercial. Or at least I don't remember it. But that sounds absurd. 7 steps in a day. Man, oh man. All right, let's see. Toggle swing ragdoll. We don't want that. We're trying to look for scramble position. And we're gonna do a position scrambler visuals dot call scrambler visuals dot RPC. I think that'll work. I think so. All right, let's try it. Not sure how much I get. I'll need to count the steps to my refrigerator. Oh my lord. See, I have like the ring to track my steps, but it doesn't track the treadmill steps unless my arms are not typing. If I'm just walking normally, then it'll like count these steps, but because my hands are just sitting here just going, it doesn't count it, unfortunately. Unfortunately. That's mostly the direction most modern firearm platforms are going as well. Pretty much see with the AR-15s. Might as well do that for a far future environment. Yeah, I think that makes sense. I think so. Yeah, definitely makes sense. Okay, here we go. We got that going. Join fake. All right. All right. Boom. All right, and then start. I still don't get why that it blows my mind the loading screen just isn't showing. I don't know why. And we want this guy. Swing, swing, swing. All right, let's see if it works. Boom. Yeah, that works. That works. And then obviously I need to make it like look cooler, but it's just a starting visual. Starting visual. I think I can cheat item position scrambler. No, I don't have that yet. So I need to go grab it. Let's see. Hup. Zoop. There it is. Boom. Right back up we go. Hup, hup, hup. There we are. And bam. Yeah, that works. That works. Okay, so now we need to figure out what the actual visual is gonna look like though. Placeholder / starter visual for position scrambler. Scrambler. Yeah. There we go. Cool. All right. Let's see. How else? I mean, obviously we want to put like a shader on it. Justifying in lore why an aerospace company needs a military armed to the brim is something I still have not figured out. Couldn't you just do something like they're either bringing, if it's an aerospace company, maybe they're taking valuable materials from point A to point B, or from one planet to another. You could do, they are trying to claim land. There's so many different ways you can go about it. So many different ways. Yeah, I think the justifying it's pretty easy. Pretty easy. Okay, so that's the start to position scrambler visuals. Steam is up and running, working. Hazards, we need more hazards because we only have the meteor showers plus the asteroids exploding. A space monster, some space wind, and space mines. But we need something cooler. Something, I don't know, something better. Something better. That's what we need. Something better. Then we have to think about proximity chat. Changing the key bindings. Controller support. Proximity chat's fun. I don't like that you just called it fun. That's making me think it is quite the opposite of fun. I wonder if Steam has something built in. Probably not. Or they probably do, like, if you're using the Steam voice stuff, but yeah. Steam provides VoIP services. Oh. So I might be able to do something like that. That would be cool. But I think I don't bother adding that yet. I think that's one of those, like, towards the end type things. Probably. You know, Steam had docs at some point to use it, but I haven't been able to find it after they overhauled it. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's pretty low on the list of things we have to do, though. Because, like, for the trailer, the gameplay trailer, we need one desperately. Desperately. Like, our conversion rate has gone down. Conversion rate now is, like, I think it's about 45%, 44%. Which, like, yeah, technically it's okay. That's okay. But I want to get at least 50, you know? At least. And I think the big one is not having a gameplay trailer. That's the big one. And we need a gameplay trailer. So for the gameplay trailer, what I'm thinking is I've been on the hunt for some top tier people, and I'm gonna jump in a Discord call and we're just gonna like play the game. Yeah. And so then I'll just record like the Discord talking and yelling and stuff and do that. I think so. Very animated people. That's the word I need. Animated. Yeah. Bigger issue is doing it efficiently. Yeah, that's gonna be an issue too. Yeah, because we are starting to run into some network lag issues, especially with your like grabbing an item and grabbing the flag. Yeah, it does kind of lag. It takes like a small second, you know? Need more points so I can put a bounty on Nor when she loses her sub. There you go. Need to be careful of the MTU. What's the MTU? Like, I don't know anything about the voice stuff. Nothing. Max transfer unit. Could you simplify that for me? Let's see. Lobby browser. Go back into Notion. VFX. We have flag implosion. Yeah. Flag implosion. Max packet size. Oh. I see. Yeah, I don't know how to reduce that. Get like 1400 bytes before the protocol has to start splitting it up, and that's when you start getting higher packet loss. Ooh. Yeah, I don't know how to do that. The other problem is I guess it's not a problem. Like it's what you're supposed to do, but we are like, to pick an item up, you need to, as the client, you have to tell the host, hey, I want to pick this up. The host then checks if you can, and then goes, yeah, you can pick it up. And then the client goes, okay, I'm picking it up. And then the host goes, yes, you have picked it up. Like, that's a lot. It's right. Like, you're supposed to have this for the server to check, but it does seem like a lot. And that's probably where the lag's coming from. Probably. Start game, transition screens, ending, loading. Okay. So one of the big things we need to do is in the lobby. We need to set it up so we can actually do all of the changes. I simulate everything on the server and client. If something desyncs on the client, the server sends information to correct it. Simulate everything on server and client. If something desyncs on the client, the server sends information to correct it. Yeah, I'm not quite sure how to implement that one. Fortunately, that means you're sending quite a lot of information. Yeah. Let's see, what else would look good? So going into the lobby, we can let's do this. Host private. Cool. Join. Fake. Had to do custom encoding to make my server correction not completely wreck the network usage since dictionaries are inefficient. I see. Okay. So what we need is we have the team changing working, but what I'm looking at doing now is, I think I have to wait more though for the lobby to be done, but I'm gonna need this to interact with. Only the host can interact with it. Displays up top, for everyone to see all the changes being made. And then I need to do the whole customization stuff, such as the map size, implosion timer, hazards, items, all that fun stuff. That's like one of the big things I need to do. Big things. But I'm kind of waiting on that till the lobby's more done. Kind of waiting on that one. Yeah. We do have team changing working. I do need to get a new UI thing for this because this looks gross. Maybe I just make more hazards for now. Make more hazards because I'm trying to think what else I actually need. The loading screen part is another bug that it's not showing for some reason. A timer would be nice, like a countdown timer on everyone, displayed on everyone's screen, but we're getting our UI overhauled anyways. So I kind of have to wait on that because that would be slapped into the UI. I've had issues with loading screens not showing, so I just gave up and removed it. Nah, I think having the loading screens is very crucial. Very, very crucial. Need to add it back, yeah. Trying to think what else. Because a lot that's left is just the visual stuff. And of course, like, just adding other things in. But it's really just visual that I'm thinking of. And then of course, like, bug fixing, play testing, all that kind of fun stuff. I feel like I'm missing like a big programming thing. I mean, obviously the customization of the lobbies and stuff is going to be a big customization thing, or programming thing. That one's probably the biggest. That'll take me about a week. Pretty much at the same state as me, where most of everything needed is graphical. Yeah. I mean, there are some things, but it's kind of contingent on the graphics, so then I know I can like hook it up. Obviously, I can do sound effects and music because we don't have any of that. I do need key bindings. That's gonna be a fun one. I can make music. No, it's all good. It's all good. Let's see. Key binding changes menu. I need to make music anyways. I see. We could, I want to see what I have first, because I know I have a bunch of bangers. Like, I have that whole music pack that I could use. And thousands of sound effects and all that. Still need to decide on the sound style. Yeah, I've about 300 songs. So I have a lot.
Our game, get this.
Okay, I would like to learn how to do this though. Key binding changes. I feel like overhyped DNB has been done to death by games trying to mimic Ultra Kill. What is overhyped DNB? Yeah, key binding changes. So how do we do key binding changes in Godot? That's probably the next big part. For that, I kind of need UI, don't I? Drum and bass, nerd. DMB is the greatest. Oh, I see. I have a keybind system if you want, but it's kind of sucks. Yeah, no, I don't want one that sucks. Because the other part is hooking up a controller and getting full controller support. I kind of told Steam, I was like, yeah, we're adding full controller support. We don't have it yet. Kind of need it. Ugh, man. Okay. Let's see. On change map. Where would I even put this? Probably in the settings. Yeah. Have been using input mapping in Godot or just using the keys directly? Ooh, excuse me. I've just been using the input mapping here. This is what I've been doing. So I wonder if there's a way where I can just change it using Godot. That would be really cool. Input mapping is so easy and powerful. Oh? This is input mapping, right? You can? Oh! Oh! But you need to save it. Of course, yeah. Oh. Okay. That sounds pretty easy then. That sounds pretty easy. Now, the question is, how would I do, Tears and Godot's never touched input mapping? Well, I've never had a need. Never had a need to change key bindings. Actually, wait, no, I've done this before, obviously. And we have gotten praise, actually, for being a Godot game that supports all keyboard types. Yep. Mark input event 0 as keyboard and mouse input, then input event 1 as controller input. Okay, now I'm confused what you mean by that. I mark input event 0 as keyboard and mouse, and then 1 as, oh, this is 0 because it's all just like an array. You can add multiple inputs into an event. Right. Oh, okay, I think I understand. Okay, so then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna attempt a controller. Since you might not expect it to be axes. Okay, we have ads coming up. I'm gonna chuck on the words real quick. Heading to level 1, lots of fun. I'm gonna grab my controller and we will see what happens from there. Yeah, I'll be right back. Boop, boop. All right, I've returned. Let's take this, put that there, and plug this in my ear. There we go. Happy Saturday to you too, average Godot enjoyer. Boom, boom. There we go. All right. Oh, man. Let's see. I actually don't even know if any of these USB ports work. So we have to see if that will. Bam. Shove it in there. And moment of truth. Port 1. Nothing. Nothing. Remember when Kavino was cool and wanted to do things with his community? I remember those days. We played Overwatch and Satisfactory. It was glorious. What do you mean, Sammy? You're saying that I don't want to do that? It's almost like you're forgetting. I'm currently working on a multiplayer game. Huh. I wonder why. I wonder why Kavino's making a multiplayer game. It's almost like he wants to play a really cool game with a bunch of people or something. Who would have thought? Crazy. Crazy. None of these USB ports are working, by the way. None of them. I can't see Kavino being cool like that. Yeah, not anymore. He's gotten really lame lately. What do you mean? I've been working my butt off for the team, for all of us, not just for myself. Boom. Please work. That USB port doesn't work either. Yeah, Kavino, you're lame. None of my USB ports are working. I'm gonna crash out. Wait, do I have a USB port on this? No. Why? I have 4 dead USB ports on my computer. Are you sure the controller isn't broken? Yeah. Let me plug it into the back of the computer. 1 sec. Whoop, whoop. And then over here. And get in there. Please. Just shove it in. Oh, wrong way. There we go. Whew. Wait, maybe my controller is dead. Wait. There we go. See? It works. Are you sure the controller isn't just broken? How's that even possible? Probably didn't plug in the front panel. Yeah, I might have not. Now I'm thinking about it. Alright, turn this stupid thing back on. Oh. 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 Would you look at that? That's fun. Yeah. 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 That figures. Yeah. Yep, that's okay. Godot. Why are you? There we go. 4.6. Front panel headers also like to unplug themselves occasionally. Yeah, that's probably what it is. Now, do I want to, you know, take apart my computer and reset it up? No. I miss when Kavino used to work for his community. I still do! What do you mean used to? This is crazy. Crazy. I'm here trying to make a multiplayer game, you know, so we can play, like we can all yoink together. It's crazy. Okay, so the question is, if I do this and I do that, and then I do that. I do not like the term yoink together. I mean, that's what you do in the game. That's what That's the whole idea of the game, is to yoink. That. I don't know if this is actually gonna work. That. Jump. A. Interact. Ooh, I don't know what that one is. Dash. So when do we have a dash? It's a 1v1 yoink off. Just a couple of friends straight up yoinking it. Yeah, nothing wrong about that. Nothing weird. Or the fact I've only been here for a few days. Give them the yoinky sploinky. I don't know what that one is. But all right, let's see if this works. I don't know if it just works. I don't think it will just work, but you never know. You never know. Host, private. Now, controller has RGB because it's cool, and it doesn't work. It doesn't work. How does one get controller support? That's the question. That's the question. With hopes and dreams. What if I press this button? Whoa! Don't press that button. Huh. Wait. And then. It's totally working right now. Pretty crazy, right? And let me jump. Ready? Are you reading the input strength or if it's pressed? I'm reading the pressed. Yeah. That's also another issue. So I need to determine. I'm gonna have to like determine how to do all of it. Is why I use input get vector. Let's see. You were saying? Weird. Yeah, I don't know how we actually set this up properly. So we are doing input get vector. Like that is what we're doing. That should be fine then. Should, yeah. But it's not. We also have to figure out the actual controls for picking up items, using items, probably triggers. Do you accidentally bind backwards and forwards to the same stick axis? Axis 1, left stick up, axis 1, left stick down. Axis 0, left stick left. You're kidding. You're kidding. Don't tell me Godot's crashing again. There's no way. I don't like Godot. Yeah, that's what I'm doing that. I hate this. Godot doesn't want me to change my input mapping. What? Crazy. Can I just say that it's clunky to use interact key. to pick up items. I think you smack into them. Should be able to pick them up automatically. I would agree, except there are times where you don't want to use certain things. Like you don't want to pick up certain abilities. You want the player's choice. And if you're swinging around, it's really hard to stop yourself from swinging into something. Didn't 4.6.2 just come out? I don't believe so. Did it? No. All right, let's see. Project, settings, input map, interact key, left mouse button. So maybe what I do is left mouse button will be right click or right trigger. Right mouse button, am I even using that for anything? No. Escape can be start. Scrolling. Scroll up. Scroll down. Item. Oh, and then I have to separately get... Ooh. I have to separately get the joystick. Like separately get the joystick to move the mouse as if it's moving the... Or move the camera as if it's using the mouse. Yikes. Yikes. Okay. What is this? Allow game input. Host private. Yeah, I had to do some hackery for that. I have a feeling that's what I'm gonna have to do. But like, it's just straight up not working right now. Pressing. So I guess how do you determine when a controller is being used? Because it's just not, you know, controllering. That's tough. Normally Godot should just use controller. I mean, it's plugged in. We're doing an input get vector. But it's not getting the controller. I need to set dead zones. I mean, maybe. But even then, I'm still pressing buttons that are supposed to do things like jump, which is input jump when you press it. So this is like pressing spacebar. Nothing's happening. Right click, nothing's happening. So I think it's just straight up not even getting it. I'm gonna have to do some Googling here. Let's do controller support. What if you print input events? That's gonna be the plan. Godot, how to do controller support. Yep, there we go. Godot supports hundreds of controllers. Okay. Both keyboard and input. How to write. That's cool. Get vector, which we have. Get action strength. Okay, so line below is similar to get vector, except it handles the dead zone in a less optimal way. So why would I want that then? Okay. Strength, which is get action strength. You don't need to worry about that. Yeah, it should just work. Huh. If you wish to ignore events, the project window isn't focused. I'll load. My controller isn't recognized. First, check that your controller is recognized. You can use the gamepad tester. Let's do that first. Connect your gamepad and press buttons to begin. I got it. So it clearly is recognizing. Oh, interesting. It doesn't recognize my other ones. Okay, so it does work on Godot. We know this one works. Later went to Godot's source code, ripped the get vector function, and ported it to GScript because I'm using an input pooling system. What is that? So this works. But it's not getting it. So let's go player. And then let's go to our input controller. Ooh, I wonder. Because we are doing bools here, aren't we? So in the input controller, let's go to moving first. Input direction equals input controller movement. Okay, that's the get vector. If you have an input function somewhere, just print the event. So I have like the input controller that's gathering inputs. Input function somewhere in input. Oh, so you're saying like do func input and then print event? Something like that? Oh, okay. Try it. See if that picks up controller inputs. Get your vector isn't getting it. No, it's not. Build your inputs with event as an argument. I thought that's what I was doing. I'll have to double check. Okay. Yeah, it's not picking it up. That one got it, W. But it's not getting the controller inputs. A. Huh. That's really weird. But then we just did the Godot one and it said that... Event is how input sees your actions. It's not even seeing the actions. That's the crazy part. That's the crazy part. Oh, is this using Steam input? No? This is just on eNet. Seems like this seems to be an issue. Is specific with Steam input at least? Using already built inputs that you touch to set. Yes, that's what I'm doing here. Hold up. Let me get rid of this treadmill real quick. Very weird though. Yeah, we're not using anything with Steam inputs though. When you set input, so it's listening, we need event as an argument. Yeah, I'm doing that, Dottie, but it's not getting the event at all. Like, it's not even getting the input when I print event. Might be happening with Godot Steam. Oh, you think by default it's just getting it? That would be weird. But maybe. Actually, wait a sec. I think you're right. I think you're right. Ugh. Ugh. Go into settings, set desktop configuration to be standard gamepad. Wait, actions, you did them while... Those are already written as actions. You did them while it was listening. You program those with the settings. I'm confused. Whoa. Wait, you program those with settings. Hover input. And check its documents. Okay, call to input event propagates up to the node tree when node consumes it. Only called if input processing is enabled, which is automatically if this is overwritten and toggled with set process input. I don't think we're overriding that. Input should just work no matter what since it reads all the inputs. Yeah, it seems to be... event is a list of things. Right. And we added it to the list. If it's an issue only happening in game, might be Steam input. Is there a... Steam input action event? Let's try this one as well. I don't think that would do anything. No, you have to do this in the Steam app. I don't even have the game on Steam. I saw empty. Input function though. There's nothing empty. Input event. If you're using Spacebar's app ID, right-click Spacebar Properties Controller. I am using that right now. Spacebar. Right-click. Properties. Controller. Okay. If you're looking at gather inputs. Oh, I see. Gather inputs is just a process that's going on that's collecting all of them. That's all that's doing. Seems to be working. But also, like, this is eNet that I'm running. I'm not even running this. So I don't see why Steam would have to do anything with it. Yeah, gather inputs is just taking in each input event and then setting it to a bool. But this is the part. If Godot's team is initialized, it'll still be running the SDK. It shouldn't be because I believe we're stopping it from running if you go eNet. Let's see. It's going to print out a Steam input action event as well now. Because right now, Spacebar is not running. If I host, to know if the Steam SDK is working, which it currently says it's not. Steam signal input event. No. But you see how it doesn't need event? A little bit. And oh, you're saying like how gather input doesn't need an event? Input action events just says when callbacks are enabled, fires each time a controller action state changes. Your gather inputs function should be fine here. I don't see any specific issue with it. Yeah, because all it is just like gather inputs is just taking input event and saying whether or not it's fired. Nothing. What if I do run it with Steam? Godot engine issue 9? Don't tell me this is built into Godot issue. So I made basic game following tutorial, controller worked fine, both when launched project manager, editor, but in 4.3 runs project manager. Inputs are detected. Keyboard works fine using Xbox Series controller. Tried PS5. The issue doesn't occur with it. Input mapper detects controller, but it doesn't seem to affect it in game. I narrowed it down. Hang on, let me turn off the non-Sammy approved music. Give me a moment. I'll go test it here in a minute. Sounds good. Bottommost comment. Issue still here. You need to disable Steam input for your game. How do you disable Steam input? Do a get vector in that input function? That's what I do already, Dottie. Is I'm doing a get vector. Like I said earlier. Right click spacebar, properties controller, set default settings to disable. Isn't that what I did though? Steam. Right click, properties, controller. Oh, disable Steam input. All right, let's try it now. I can't imagine that fixing it. For mouse moved or the controller? No, I'm just trying to get the player to move forward and back. Holy crap, that is weird. That is so weird. That is so unbelievably weird. What? It's so I guess Godot Steam. So Steam steals all controllers. Got it. Yeah. Steam input apparently. Yeah. So apparently even if you're on eNet, it will still try to get the Godot Steam or the Steam SDK and connect you. Okay, I can't swing, but huh. Weird. Okay, movement is cool. Next part is we need to figure out how we move the mouse up, down, left, and right using the other stick. That's the next part. That's gonna be tough. Okay. Got it. Yeah, that's very weird. Huh. Okay. Matches to action pressed. I can send my player input script if you want to try and get a concept out of it, but I have some things very specific to my project in it. No, that's fine. I'll figure it out. So, jump works, movement works. Launch grapple kinda works. It doesn't hold outward. Because I need to set... No, that should work. Should just hold it. I guess it doesn't. It boils down to, instead of setting the camera rotation, I'm storing that in a variable. The mouse movement and controller stick change that variable, and the rotation is set from that. Oh, that sounds gross. I mean, it's not terrible. I basically take this and set that into a variable. I'm only doing variables and sending that to the server. Oh, we don't want to do that. Don't want to do that now. What would be cool if they added an input event controller motion? That would be sick. And then I just do the same thing. That would be sick. Joypad motion. Oh? There's no way that will work though. Right? elif event is input event joypad motion. Wait. I know I could just slap it into the same thing, but I want to see if that just works. How does it know which joypad though? Or like which thing? I probably need to do, wait. If event dot axis value axis equals, how do you get which axis? 2? Because joy axis. Oh, joy axis. Dot right x and then x's value is the strength. From -1 to 1. This? Or are you saying it's no longer event relative? I just want to see what this does first. It would be replaced by axis value. Okay. Yeah, event relative is now axis value. Event dot axis value dot x axis value dot right y. No, it's just a float. So I need to break this up into axis right, axis left. So if axis x, then I do rotate y. Wait, You need to rotate Y under right X. Yeah. And then tab that. And then elif event dot axis joy axis dot joy Y. Oh wait, right Y. Right Y. Try that out. Yeah. Action matches action relative. Alright, let's see if this works. It's kind of crazy. Might need to run this in a loop though. Don't remember if it echoes. We're about to find out. Alright, here we go. Forward, back, right, left. Yeah, I have to run it in a loop. That's kind of cool though. It's starting to work. If I keep moving, then I can bring it up. Yeah, if I wiggle it, then it will. That's just in a process. Yeah, I just slammed this into process. What's interesting though is it's constantly releasing. Whoa. I didn't realize my controller does this. It flashes when I hold right trigger. Very weird. Very, very weird. Okay, let me do this. Woo Fratum, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the team. You now have access to our beautiful and immaculate team emotes you can use to welcome people to the team. So I need to do this in a process. Yo, bro, what up? Okay, so if I take this, cut it, and then slam it in process, that won't work if you just put it in process. You don't think so? Need to read the stick values directly. That's what my code I sent a couple messages ago does. Ooh. What I'm doing is var right. So you send that. Wait, let's do this. Huh. Huh. There we go. That just gets you the stick axis. Wait. That's just... Oh, I get it. So this is the whole thing for the axis. And then what I do is I would say the rotate stuff based off of, because it's a vector 2. And I go boom, rotate off of right axis. Dot x dot, what was it? Axis value. Oh, oops. There we go. It's just, oh, just dot x. Okay. axis. But we need a way to tell if it's controller. I added snapping to 0.12 as well, since I had some issues with stick drift when I was doing straight. Get joy axis. Oh, interesting. Okay, I clearly don't want this to run all the time. So what I should do is if you move the mouse, it will turn on a bool. If you run the controller, it'll flip the bool. Something like that. So in that way you can switch between. All right, so here we go. It's so slow. It's so slow, but it works. Okay, so we definitely need to speed that up a little bit. Let's not do divide by 1000. There we go. What up, Mars? It looks lighter. What looks lighter? Whoa! 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 Okay, that's too fast. Too fast. Okay. 100. There we go. I'm playing Astro Yoinkers with the controller. Holy moly. Jump. Jump. Woo. Oh, that's a problem. I can't hold the grapple though. I can only shoot it. I also need to probably re-keybind jump, because trying to do this while pressing A is just not a thing. Not a thing. Knows what mouse input looks like, so if not mouse, then controller. Oh, yeah. I don't know why it's not holding the grapple though. It just keeps calling it over and over and over and over and over. Look at that. Holding it right now. That's weird. Oop. And oop. I'm just doing use gamepad equals event is input joy button or event is input joy motion in an input function. Oh, I could do that. Or I just return that, actually. A get return. Var controller in use bool get return. Not sure if you can do a getter for that. Input event joypad motion. Ah. Yeah, maybe not. I'm reading the most recent event and checking if the type is joy or joypad. Yeah, that makes sense. So if I do if not controller in use return, and then you're saying do a func input if event is joy or input event, oops, joy motion, or event is input event joy button, is controller in use, true, else, false. Oh, wait. Something like that. That's what I'm doing. Oh no, there's only ein more hour of Cavino. Indeed, Vongo. Indeed. Oh, okay. Use gamepad equals event is. That would make way more sense. Wait, that didn't work. I did it wrong. Equals event is or event is. Equals event. Oh, because I have a thing there. There we go. And then that's fine. Let's try it out. Do. Go. Controller time. Do. Sick. And then if I switch to mouse, bam. Cool. And then controller. Oh. Yeah. Easy. All right, so now what we need is for the right trigger to stop just spamming. We need to get a hold on it. That's the next part. Get a hold on it. The only thing is it triggers is that that's an axis. Wait, the annoying thing with the triggers is that it's an axis. What do you mean? It will trigger if I do, like I'm just switching between spacebar and jump. Because if it's a button or anything, if anything on the controller is pressed, then it will switch to controller. Yeah. But, good idea. And triggers are treated as an axis. Oh, I see what you're saying. Triggers are treated as an axis. Ooh, yeah, because I'm holding it down right now and it's just spamming. Just going boom, 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 boom. Let's see if the interact works. I forgot what button interact was. Oh, maybe I didn't set interact yet. I thought I did. Unless it's only looking for E. I had to move to checking the input strength when I was fully dedicating to controller support. Yeah, we definitely need full controller support. And you have to be... You can't just like do partial controller support. You have to go full into it if you're gonna use it. Because Steam's very... like very on point with that, because if you play a Steam game with your controller, it needs to work, which makes sense. Yeah, so we have launch grapple is just pressed, but that doesn't seem to work. Oh, and I didn't set an interact yet. Just do X for now. You also have to make sure your UI works with the controller. Yes. And that's the big thing I've been doing. I just have to actually set it up to go with it. So the big thing is that's why all of the buttons and everything aren't clickable. and you have to use WASD to move them is because I was already keeping that in mind in the very beginning. Oh my God. What are you doing, Godot? I'm just trying to change an input. That's it. Why do you keep crashing? Everything's awesome. Come on, fully crash, please. Just crash. Just using standard control nodes, so Godot does all the heavy lifting for me. Yeah, see, we're doing some fancy stuff with our UI. Fancy UI stuff. Because, you know, professional game developer. Godot. Let's see what I lost, because I don't know if I saved. Okay, it did seem to save it. Don't. There we go. Okay. Settings. Input mount. Interact did save. Okay. There we go. So now what we need to do is go to our I found wind effect just to realize I can go into FL Studio, load a synth, and play some noise under a filter and get a similar effect. Or you just blow into a microphone. Just a thought. Just a... Bam. You can also do a really good radio sound by cupping your mic, and you go into it and you go breaker 19 over. Yeah, so this one isn't. Yeah, it's treating it as an axis, which means this won't work. Also, I should add visual effects. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay, so how do we take a axis now and transform it into a button? Beginnings of controller support. Moving and looking work. Usually input get input axis greater than 5. Not input axis. So in the player, I could do launch grapple equals input dot get input axis, get joy axis, and then device. I don't know what device is. Maybe it's 0. Axis will be, this is for launching, so I want the right axis, but I want the trigger right. Yeah, just do 0, that's what I'm thinking. And then retract graph. Oh, but I need to say greater than 0.5. And then release retract grapple equals input dot get, what was it again? Get joy axis. Get joy axis less than 0.5. So now that should work with the trigger. I might break it up into controller. Yeah. Equals launch grapple or get input. Oh, that would work too. The joystick doesn't override. That's a good idea, actually. Or all right, let's see if that works. Because I think I need to have controller support before I submit the first build for playtesting. Because I know that they're going to be checking a lot. Boom. Nope, still doesn't work. So 0.5 isn't the play. Let's try. Maybe less than 4. Less than equal. 5. No. If I switch to mouse. Oh, now mouse doesn't work. Interesting. Now mouse won't work. So there's something else happening here. And I think it's on the player. Input controller launch grapple. We call to shoot. When retract grapple goes off, we retract it. No, that should be fine. Let's reread this. So float. Game controller right trigger. Joy axis equals 5. Maybe it's device 1. It shouldn't be. I wouldn't think so. No, it doesn't work. Oh, it only doesn't work when I'm pointing at something that I can actually grapple to. So I wonder if it's the raycast. Because now it doesn't work for my mouse either. Yeah, it must be something to do with the ray. The raycast as well. Let's see. That's our target ray. Let's go into the grapple. No, that should be fine. Let's go to Godot Docs. Get joy axis. I really hate the new search function. I really, really do. Reading docs? Of course. Of course. We've been reading the docs. Been reading them. Hate the new search in docs? Yeah, I do too. It's terrible. I don't know why, whose bright idea this was. Looks gross. I hate it. I hate it. Returns the current value of joypad axis at index axis. It's a constant float. Doesn't find me what I search for anymore. Yeah, it also doesn't do that. Whole nother problem. Yeah, I don't know what, maybe this read the docs team or something donated to Godot. Maybe. I use AI instead of the web now for searching for info. It's dangerous. That's dangerous. I mean, it probably could give you some pretty solid stuff, but probably. Just says returns the value. It's not helpful. Input controller. It's weird. When I do this, though, it doesn't. Maybe I do it the other way around. Less than, greater than. But that wouldn't explain why the mouse wasn't working. Let's see, host. And we go. Whoa, whoa! Why are you just shooting? What's going on here? What is it? It's just firing. That's probably the reason why. And if I hold it, it will let go for a moment. If I don't hold it, it will still let go every now and then. I mean, it's kind of cool, but I'm flying. I'm literally just flying. Wait a sec. Huh. And if I let go, or if I hold the trigger down, it's still shooting. Now I'm not touching the trigger at all. Literally not touching the trigger at all, and it's firing. How does that make sense? Not touching the trigger at all. I don't know. Something doesn't seem right here. Oh, and even on my mouse, even on the mouse, it's doing this. I'm using mouse and keyboard now. So it shouldn't even be getting this at all. It's just firing. Is there an input queue? I can't imagine being this crazy. I think what's happening is it's saying it's less than 5, and so it's shooting, but it's not greater than 0. So because it's 0, it's firing. I think that's why. And that's also why this is going off. So, and this greater than 0. Try that out. Quellis, welcome in. How are you doing? What were you working on? What were you up to? Boom. Glad to see you're back at streaming. We are currently setting up controller support. Unreasonable positivity raid. Unreasonable positivity. I see. What's unreasonable about it? Listen, Rodian, there's a lot to be positive about. You can head over to Steam. That's a huge thing. And what you can do is you can go to Steam and then wishlist Astro Yoinkers, now available. You know, what would you do if Astro Yoinkers become the next #1 indie game? I would grow Freedom Forge Studios really fast. Yeah, that's what I would do. Smoothest plug. But yeah, so what we're doing right now is we're working on controller support. We got it working. You can move, cool, fancy, you can jump. The big issue is that controllers are, their right and left triggers are seen as axis events. And so we're trying to figure out how to press and hold the trigger to shoot our grapple. But the interesting part is that it doesn't work on controller. It works on mouse. Was attempting to work on chunk loader system to generate outer space in space exploration game. Let's go. That's awesome. That's awesome. What kind of a chunk loader system? So what we're doing is, I know we're doing a what's the word? Big fancy word. Procedural generation for ours. To specifically to procedurally generate all of the asteroids that spawn into the map, which is pretty cool. Not chunk loading or anything like that, but it's still kind of neat. I guess technically you're making your own chunk in a way. All right, let's see here. Leaderboard, yes. You can also do !LB for a shortcut. Let's see. So we want... When we gather the input event on our input controller, we're now doing this, but I think I need to reverse this again. Reverse it again. Less than and greater than 0. Because I think I just have to do a little reversal. And then we might be good. This might work. Potentially. And if so, I will be very happy. Host. Here we go. Controller only. Good. Hello. Right click. It doesn't work. It's still doing that thing where it's not holding it. Pressing the trigger makes it go off. Gotta touch grass. Thanks for letting us raid. Absolutely appreciate the raid. Enjoy your grass touching. Yeah, like flickers. That's so strange. Maybe I need to change the amount. So if it's less than or equal to 4, greater than 5, howdy Vongo. No, equals. Okay. Seems to be working. That's on the, this is the mouse. So now I switch to controller. No, it's still shooting it. Maybe it breaks because of how triggers have travel value or something like that. I think it has to do with a trigger is considered an axis event. So it's similar to like when you move these things around, the little sticks, when you move the sticks around. So it's not a button press, but we're trying to turn it into a button press. So you can like press and hold to do the thing, to shoot the grapple. And so what I think's happening is it keeps recalling to shoot it as compared to just holding it down, which is very strange. Maybe I can just print this. Make a state machine for it? Ugh, I mean, I could. Oh, also this is being done, gather inputs is being done on a physics process. Maybe there's something to do with that, where it keeps going to 0 on the physics process because it's being calculated in process. And so what's happening is it goes boom, 0, boom, 0, boom, 0. Maybe func input and then print event dot, close that one, open this one. Let's see. Okay, it's not that print is not working at all. But I think it might be the physics process where it's like slamming it to 0 every now and then. It returns a float. Probably didn't need to close the game there. Normalize 0 to 1. I think it auto normalizes when you do that. Like I think it already is normalized for the get axis. Yeah, so there we go. It's 0, 9, 0. It keeps switching to 0 if I'm holding it. See how it goes from 0? So it does have to do with the physics process then. See that? It switches. That's interesting. And that's why it keeps disappearing. That makes sense. So it's because the physics process is only gathering these inputs as their per frame. Okay. So we need a way basically we can't just we can't just do this because it will just reset back to 0. So we almost need to like await a frame in between or something. Why does it go back to 0? So what's happening here is in our physics process, we are gathering our inputs, which is just a Boolean that flips on and off. And so because it's on a physics frame, it's going off every 1 or 60 times a second, something like that. And so when it goes to reset and run gather inputs again, it's not capturing it, it's resetting it. And so it just keeps going off. I think that's what's happening. So I almost need to either A, lerp the number down, B, make a separate function that's going to get the joystick axis, return a float, and then await a frame within that. But that might cause issues. Or I guess C, I ignore the gather inputs. Nah, but it's still going to keep doing that. Oh, wait a sec. Wait. No, because I can't just say or 0. Or greater than, and greater than 0. And maybe I do and input greater than or equal to 0. So then it will just ignore that. But then the releasing might need to be equal to, I don't know though. No. So it's just going 1 0 1 0 1 0 1 0 1 0 1 0 1 0. Yeah, it's still doing that. 1 0 1 0. That is so strange. Yeah, you can see that there's ticks where there's a 0 in between. And that's not me letting go. Let's try to communicate to you in binary. If I just say, greater than 5. What if I do this and I just manually call it? Or input greater than 5. This is still being called in a physics process though, so wouldn't that still be the same issue? Well, let's see. So just do that. I feel like it would still be the same exact issue. Which leaves me as having to lerp the controller number. Like the strength of the input controller. Yeah, it's still doing that. I'm holding it down right now. And you can see it's just jumping between 1 and 0. Okay. Huh. Do you reset it in regular process? No, I think that it's getting reset at some point in time. I just don't know why. Let's stupid loadout system doesn't support directly editing an item despite me remaking it specifically to do so. Oof. Sounds like a skill issue. Yeah, why is it resetting it to 0? Sounds like a yeah, I'll finish at a later job. Never did it later. Oof. It's so strange that it's just resetting to 0. What if I lerp it? And I lerp the value down. That could be the play. So maybe like you should print joint exports directly to see what values they are. That's what we're doing. That's what these numbers are right here. That's why I'm saying I think it's resetting it on the physics process. Yeah. So this is me holding the trigger down. And you can tell it's just resetting it to 0 randomly. Which is, I think it's because of the physics process going off that it just resets it back to 0. I think that's what's happening. That is really odd. Yeah. So what I think I might do is give gather inputs the delta, and then I'll put a function in here that will just return the trigger axis and lerp it instead. And I just lerp it really fast, but it'll still be lerped slow enough to where it won't go to 0 unless I'm actually not pressing the button. I think that has to be the play. We'll try it out. Worst case scenario, we get screamed at and told that we're doing it all wrong. Get trigger axis delta float, returning a float, and we are going to say var axis equals input copy that this actually no set it, then we say axis equals lerp float from axis to this new one over 0.15 times delta, or I guess we'll have to do like 2 times delta. And then return axis. Delta not declared current scope. Oh, because it's underscored. Just do that. Maybe that will work. So get trigger axis delta, and then we feed in delta float, and then or get trigger axis delta, or get trigger axis delta. All right, let's try that out. So now we're going to be lerping the value. I should actually print that as well. Print axis. Yeah, it's very, very weird. Very odd. But I think this could work. Axis is currently 0. I'm pressing it. Oh, there it goes. It's still... What? It's still being reset to 0. Maybe the delta's too slow. Wait, let's scroll up. Okay, yeah, the delta too slow, I think. Yeah, way too slow. We have to do like 200 times delta, or just no delta, 0.15. Ignore delta for now. Let's see what that does. Okay, so it should be printing zeros. There it is. I'm holding it, and it's still reducing. Let's make the delta faster. Let's try like 200 times delta. Jesus. What is going on here? Negative 1. It's still switching 1, 0, nan, not a number. Oh, and then I need to clamp it. And then axis, or clamp F, axis from 0 to 1. Not a number, because I don't reset it. If I leave it, it's spamming out because it's trying to reset it. It's lerping it back down to 0 from a bajillion. Let me just restart the game. Could you use get action strength instead? Maybe. That might be worth a shot. Get action strength. Okay, hang on. We're at 0. Yeah, look at that. It's going up bajillion numbers. Holy moly. Axis equals bajillion. Even though the clamp didn't work. Okay. Okay. I think I need to set it though. Input get action strength. So let's do input dot get action strength. Yeah, but I need to Can you subtract the old value and add new value in one line? Oh, wait a sec. Doesn't necessarily reset to 0. Let's see here. Hang on. I think I'm onto something here, but maybe I have to set axis equals clamp. I didn't think you had to, though. I thought you just clamp it. Let me double check. No, I do have to set it. That's why the clamp didn't work. That's why I didn't set the clamp right. Then I clamp it between 0 and 1. Let's just do 2 times delta. Try it one more time. Let's see. Yeah, look at that. It's still resetting to 0. 1 0 1 0 1 0 1 0 1 0. I don't get it. I let go. Even the lerp isn't working. It's just being hard set to 0. That's crazy. That is absolutely absurd. Look at that. It's just getting hard reset to 0 every now and then. What? Get joystick. Let's do this. Godot. Input get joystick joy axis. Getting reset to 0. Device ID handling. High input dead zones. Its device ID might change from device 0. That's not what I want. Gonna throw a wild shot out. Do you still have trigger bound to the input event? Oh, wait a sec. I might. I do. I do. And is that why it would be resetting it? Probably setting a short event, releasing it immediately. Okay. Let's try this. Let's bring it back before my lerpage. We're gonna not do that. So this is without doing the lerpage. That could be the case. That's why it's like randomly resetting. Okay. Please work. It's still dropping it. Yeah, it's still shooting it, but it's working better. See how it drops it every now and then? Oh. Like I can't swing anymore, which is weird. Like I can't look at something else while I'm attached. Yeah, see how it just keeps resetting it still, which is weird, but not nearly as bad. So let's try, maybe we try the lerp. Get trigger axis. Get trigger axis. Okay, it's printing 0. It's still resetting it. Why is it going below 5? And I'm holding it down right now, but it's still going below 5. I have it let go. See how it's resetting? It's below 4. So if I do less than 3, greater than 4, that's just mouse. Nah, it's still... Why is it still... See how it's still shooting it? Like, I'm just holding the trigger down, but you can tell it keeps shooting. It shouldn't be moving at all. We're not dropping. Oh, we did drop to 3 there. We did drop to 3, which is weird. Let's try this again without the lerp. Oh, game crashed. That's fine. Greater than 3, or less than 3, greater than 0, greater than 4. Let's do greater than 3. Try that one. Let me also do a input. Input, not init. Input, print, event, dot get joy axis 0 joy trigger. Host private. Don't you love it when you have a general class that functions how you want in some classes, but then they behave like that? Yes. Event, input, event, joy, motion. It's not fun. Host private. Whoa. Get joy axis in input. What did I do before? Why is this just not working anymore? Didn't I just do this and I just printed this? I thought that's all I did. Oh, axis value. Oh. I love you, Kavino. You are a huge influence to me. When it comes to coding game dev, appreciate it. I love coding, never thought I would until I found you, Hypnotic, JD, Munglow, and CM Griffin. Many others. That's awesome. That's awesome, Tommy. Let's see. Okay. Okay. It's still going 1010. Look at that. Look at that. It's just switching to zeros every now and then. What in tarnation? Look at that. What is going on? Whoop. Scroll up. Look at that. It's going zeros. Like, what is this nonsense? Project settings. We don't have the trigger down. Left stick. Right stick. Right shoulder. No way that would be it. I'm gonna go. Good luck getting rid of the O's. Appreciate it. Focus on work. You're right. You're right. Could it be the device? Switch it to 1. That's my only other thought here. Okay, no, now it's not getting the trigger at all. So it's not the device. Although when I'm holding it down, you can still see it's skipping. It's going 1 0 1 0 1 0 1 0 1 0. Huh. That's so strange. So unbelievably strange. It just resets to 0. Get joy axis works, but resets to 0 randomly. Let's go back to the docs real quick. Controller. I mean, there's some cool things you can do with a controller. Like set joy light, that's kind of cool. Controller support. Like steering wheels, rudder pedals are less tested. Get vector. Okay. Okay. We have one axis that can go both ways. You want to handle separate axes individually. Get axis. For other types of analog input, such as handling a trigger or handling one direction at a time, use get action strength. Ah. Get action strength. So we do need a new action. Right trigger. Add. Boom. Bang. Okay. And then we just call input get action strength. I think Simran said this. I think so. and I didn't listen. Let's try it. It's still resetting to 0. What is this? Hang on. Analog sticks are left and right triggers. It's from Dead Zone. If action is mapped to a control that has no axis, such as keyboard, the value returned will be 0 or 1. If exact match is false, it ignores additional input modifiers. Delete that. Delete that. And I'm just gonna do switch back to 5. Try it out again. Zero. It's still resetting. I'm holding it down, and it's still resetting to 0. Why? In joypad, for example, the further away the axis returns a value between 0 and 1. Further away the axis from the dead zone, the closer the value will be from 1. Oh, wait. So I have to do the opposite? But that wouldn't make sense. What's the dead zone? Dead zone to let go? I'll find out. If this just starts firing, then we know. Yeah, it starts firing. Okay. Interesting. Greater than, less than, and get action strength. Strength will be a floating point between 0 and 1. Okay, who gifted me a tier 1 sub? That was the Captain Coder. Claiming your bounty there. Let's see. Trigger handling one direction at a time. Line is shorter form of get action strength minus. Fine. Types of analog. Input get action strength. Get action strength. Get action strength. There we go. Exact match. Turn it 0 and 1. Ignores additional input modifiers. Direction. Oh. True. True. Please work. How you doing, Natsa? We're setting up a controller right now, or controller support for the game. So I got a controller plugged in, and we're just trying to get it. So we have moving, we have jumping. What's going on? Hey, what up, Psych? We're doing controller support. But what I'm finding is that a trigger on a controller is actually treated just like your sticks. And so it takes a number between 0 and 1. I guess because you're like you're slowly pressing the trigger down or something. But it's not, for some weird reason, when I hold the trigger down, it keeps resetting to 0. And it doesn't make sense why. It just keeps resetting. Yeah. I wonder if it could be my controller, because when I hold the right trigger down, it flashes. So I wonder if that's like a mode on my controller, because it is kind of fancy. I don't know though. What if I press this button? Oh, it opens Steam. Okay. Press this button? No. It's a one press button. Send me the game, I'll test it for you. We're not at the testing stage yet. I'm just trying to get the controller to work though. But yeah, I will we will be having a play test at some point. At some point. In the near future, I should say. But what I need to do is get the full controller support working. So then that way. Oh wait, let's do false. So then that way, when I send the build to Steam, they will say it's all good. Good job, Cubino. And I'll go, thanks, Jeremy. Because Jeremy's the guy. Yeah. Okay. Up. Trigger. It's still resetting. You can see it in the prints. 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. I don't understand. Been trying to get my stupid villagers to chop trees. Why are they not chopping trees? Did you ask them politely? Usually that's what I would do, and that works pretty good. I would think so. I would think so. Holy guacamole. Holy guacamole. All right. I think it's time. I think it's time. I need to go eat. And then I need to also on top of eating, I need to do some research in controller support for Godot, because holy moly, we're heading out to a phenomenal top tier streamer, top tier, the bad cop. So spam the emotes if you got them. The raid message, even if you don't have the emotes, is get yoinked. Boom, 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 boom. Copy. Oh, I just copied everything. Copy. Boom. That's the raid message. Get yoinked. I will catch all of you tomorrow where we're going to continue controller support, getting all of it going. Yeah. Adios. Boop. There we go. I probably should have opened her stream first to check. There we go. Wait. Open it. One sec, YouTube.